Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the stream. It's so nice to see you all here again. To continue Umineko's episode 5. Last time was a lot of fun. It was a great time. We got to see Battler jump out of a window and experience no consequences for that action whatsoever, which was funny. And it made Erica really upset, which is also very funny. We met Delaner, who was, again, very funny. Every character is very funny in Umineko, I've noticed. So I am ready for more. I'm hungry to taste more of this crazy adventure we're on. You and I, you and me, henchbuns, we're in this together. We're in it for the long haul. We're trapped in this room together. This locked room. And nobody can tell if we're dead or alive. It's like the goblins in the brawn tubes or whatever. Whatever stupid metaphor they used for the cat in the box. So we're gonna continue that. We're gonna read more. I'm excited. I don't know about you. It's been a week. I need more in my system now. I was like, okay, we went through last night's session. It was a great session last week. And throughout this early week, I've been feeling like I really need more. It's been a tough time because I'm jonesing to see where this story goes. It's been getting more and more intriguing as time goes along, so I am hooked. I'm very hooked. Just because it's been such a good story. Let's load it up. That's right, we were in the Astral Rose Garden or whatever. In the Golden Land, the quiet rain just kept on falling. In the arbor sat the sad witch whose eyes had lost their glint, and Battler. Virgilia could also be seen there. She's just hanging out. I need like a... I'm sure somebody's made this already, but I think it would be really funny if someone like edited the... You know that meme that's like, hey, wake up? You know, and it's the guy like using hairspray as a flamethrower on their sleeping friend. I need that with like Battler and Beatrice. I think that would be funny. She sat next to Beato, knitting quietly. Lambda Delta's game had passed the climax of the first twilight, and they were taking a short break. Gazing out at the golden rose garden soaked with rain, Battler considered the present, what was to come, and what had happened so far. To Battler, the act of thinking was itself a battle. Boy, don't we know it. This guy, thinking is like a struggle, isn't it? Even with the game stopped and Beato unable to speak, he could still keep on fighting. Virgilia suddenly stopped her knitting. Battler noticed it too. Because though no one should have been able to visit the rose garden, she had noticed the silhouette approaching.
珍しい。ここへたどり着ける者がいるとは。あいつは。
Oh, hi. Hi, Delaner. I don't know how you got here, but I guess, you know, an agent of heaven or whatever can just do that. That silhouette, which walks amidst the quietly falling rain without so much as an umbrella, was Delaner. Have you just been walking around lost?
お前、どうしてここに？お久しぶりです、ミセス・ベアトリーチェ。はいえ、今はミセス・ワルギリアでしたか。
Oh, she's talking to Virgilia because she used to have the name Beatrice.
ドラノール。さあ、こちらへ。客人を雨に濡らすもてなしなど、私たちは心得ませんよ。
Battler's like, I am.
大丈夫。彼女は戦いに来たわけではありませんよ。知り合いなのか？天界の古い友人の一人です。
One of my old friends from heaven, you know, just an oomphy.
随分懐かしいですね。
Nothing special about that.
懐かしいです。 ミセス・ワルギリアは天界学問にも造形が深くおられる。よく解釈をめぐって議論を戦わせたもの
Delaner
で
is
す。
friend-shaped? Well, I don't know if she's friend-shaped, but I don't think she's enemy-shaped.
あなたとの数々の知的冒険は楽しかったですよ。
Even though she was antagonistic towards Battler in the last scene, I don't think that means she's like malicious. I think it's more like she's just doing her job.
またいつかご一緒した
She
いもの
doesn't
ですね。
like. I think a lot of the enemies Battler has faced so far have been like, you know, actually out to fucking murder him. Delaner's just doing what she's, you know, told to do.
ええ、またいつか
This is just
ご
her
一緒
job.
に必ず。あなたとはぜひまた戦いたいです。
They used the word fight, but it didn't sound like they meant anything unpleasant by it. It sounded like something old chess rivals would say to each other. Unlike Beato, it seems Virgilio always behaved properly and courteously, so she had many friends in various other worlds, including both heaven and the demon world. Surprisingly, Delaner was one of them. Delaner, who had crossed swords with me just a short while ago, ducked her head like someone taking shelter from a sudden rain and sat in the seat Virgilia pointed out, like a guest.
紅茶に希望はありますか？
何でも。あなたの入れた紅茶ならどれでも絶品です。
Is this flirting?
ではダージリンを。バトラ君も
I could
ベ
go
ア
for
ト
some
も
tea.
おかわりはいりますか？
ああ、俺もベアとももらうぜ。な。
Battler, I don't think she's gonna respond. You should be used to this by now. As usual, Beato didn't answer, but if you quietly gave her a cup, she would sip it from time to time. There was still some black tea left in that cup, but it had already chilled, so Battler asked for a refill for Beato as well.
お噂には聞いておりました。残虐で知られた無限の魔女ベアトリーチェもこうなっては寂しいものです。
こいつはもうゲームには参加してねえよ。ゲーム版のこいつを操ってるのはラムダ・デルタだ。
Yeah, it sucks. Lambda Delta's a
存じ
bitch.
ております。ですが本来のこの世界の主です。そしてあなたはその主に招かれた正当な客人です。ですからこうしてご挨拶に参じました。
On the game board, Beato and I met Delaner. But those were the game pieces of those witches. They weren't Beato and me ourselves.
だからわざわざここまでバト
You
ラ君
believe
と
she's
ベア
just
ト
a
に挨
child?
拶に
What,
来てくれた
Delaner?
の
I
です
guess, I don't know. It's hard to tell sometimes. Like, Burn Castle, for instance, looks very childlike, but I always got the impression she's meant to be, like, an adult. She's just oomphy, so I assumed that was the case for Delaner as well, but who knows? It's hard to tell with these sprites
律儀な
sometimes.
子ですね。
私の流儀です。はじめまして、ミスター・バトラー。
Delaner is always referred to as a child? Okay.
敵対する役ではありますが、よろしくお願いいたします。
おう、
I've never seen her referred to. I haven't seen her referred to as a child yet, but maybe I'm just misremembering last stream or it hasn't happened yet.
後
But
ろには
whatever.
バトラだ。よろしく頼むぜ。
はじめまして、ミス・ベアトリーチェ。ドラノール・エーノックスと
She's
申
oomphy.
します。
ベアト、お前に挨拶してるぜ。歓迎するとさ。
Sure. Yeah, she did say
あり
that.
がとうございます。
Sure.
ミ
We'll
ス
go with
ベア
that.
トリーチェ。
The witch and the Inquisitor of Heresy, whose job it was to hunt witches, greeted each other around a tea table surrounded by the aroma of black tea. It was a strange sight. Virgilia made gold butterflies sprout from the palms of her hands and transformed them into a teapot and a can of leaves. It was a very witch-like way to make tea. Of course, she actually was a witch, so that scene wasn't particularly bizarre in itself, though I was a bit concerned about whether Delaner, an Inquisitor of Heresy, could watch such a spectacle.
ご安心を。
Why are you reading my narration?
私は
Stop
振り
that.
回れる紅茶の立て方に口を挟む
Stop
ほど
reading my
無粋
narration.
ではありません。
魔法で紅茶を入れているのにか？
物陰に紅茶の道具があり、私たちに隠れてミセス・バルキリアが紅茶を入れている。
She and Battler are alike in this way, I
と
guess.
私たちが解釈判断し物語に記した。ノックス第9条でも認められる解釈です。
Nox is 9?
おやおや、9条の解釈は大法院でもタブー視されるほどのデリケートな問題のはず。私的発言とはいえ、首席異端審問官の発言と知られれば首
You'd
が
hate
飛
for
ぶかもし
Umfi
れ
to
ま
get
せんね。
fired.
私がどのような解釈を記そうとも、ミセスの紅茶の味を何ら偽ることにはなりません。
The tea tastes good,
です
so
か
it
ら
doesn't matter how it
私
was
はそ
made.
の
I
立て
see.
方を気にすることはないのです。
ほう。
Though she looked cold, she was a surprisingly tactful person. If the liner were to deny that the black tea had been prepared with magic, this magic would surely be crushed in an instant. However, the possibility had been presented that a tea set existed and had been used to make the tea normally. So the fact that Virgilia had made tea was, in the end, undisputed.
結果を闇に閉ざす魔法は邪悪です。私たちは許さない。しかし、家庭を包む魔法は邪悪とは限りません。私の敵は邪悪であって、魔法そのものではないのです。
なるほどな。紅茶のもてなしが出てくることが重要なんであって、その立て方についてどうこう突っ込まないのが客の礼儀ってわけか。
That's right. I feel like this is all bearing in the point that Battler's enemy is not magic, just bitches. I don't know how else to say it. When someone makes tea for you, it's common courtesy to be grateful. There's nothing elegant about pushing your way into the kitchen and criticizing how they brew it. You could call it a witch's
台
brew,
所
even.
は客人を招く場所ではありません。そしてそこよりの配膳はもてなしの心で美しく飾られるべきです。どうぞ。暑いですよ。
Dozo.
ありがとうです。砂糖とミルクも欲しいです。
まだストレートでは飲めませんか。
Oh, she is a
子
baby.
供なので
Okay, that's okay. They did say she's a kid here.
甘
Okay.
くないとダメです。
魔法ってのも優しい嘘なのか。
嘘というと聞こえが悪いです、ね。
It's one of those white lies.
日本語で表現する場合は就職と呼んだ方がよりふさわしいでしょう。
I feel like a fitting comparison would be more like a magician, right? I think people logically know that like a magician's tricks aren't real magic, but that's not the point. The point is to be entertained by what they're doing. I feel like it's a similar mentality is what we're being told here.
子供に飴を与えるとき、ポケットの中でぐしゃぐしゃになったのを出して与えるのと、素敵な手品を見せてそこから飴を出して与えたのでは、与える感情が全く違うはずです。
そりゃ手品でポンと飴を出された方がこじゃれ
Have
てて
I
いい
ever
な。
seen that one magician video where he puts cum in the guy's mouth? And I can't say I've seen that. No. I cannot say I've ever seen a magician do cum displacement. Her description and tips say she stopped growing up after performing her father's execution. You know, I think I read that last time and I just forgot. I plumb forgot.
違います。飴を与えるという結果に対し、より美しく楽しい就職を与えたことに意味があるのです。
マリアちゃんに飴をあげるとき、ポケットから出して与えるのと、普段から良い子にしていたからこっそりポケットに忍ばせるのは全く違うという意味。
それを全員のアリバイを調べて、誰がポケットに忍ばせたのか調べ上げて特定するのは私は無粋なことと思
It's
ってい
about
ます。
making people happy or some bullshit.
飴を受け取り少女が喜んだという結果こそが重要です。そして 少女を喜ばせるために就職されたことが意味あることなのです。
意外だな。魔法と名がつけば全否定みたいな感じで登場しやがったのに。
異端審問官としてはそう振る舞います。
Heresy.
職務ですので。ですが職務を離れているときはそこまで冷酷に
She's not on the clock right now. She's on break.
勤務中は市場
She
は
can
持
have
ち込
some
まない
magic tea on her government mandated hour break.
できるやつだな。
異端審問官として魔女を狩るのは仕事です。しかし一個人としては魔女を
Pitiable.
憐れんでいま
That's
す。
not very nice. I don't think pity is usually like a nice thing
し
to
かし
ascribe
異
to
端審問
someone.
官としては無慈悲に断罪します。結果において私が魔女たちを処刑するのに変わりはない。私の憐れみなど所詮は無駄な就職に過ぎません。あってもなくても何も変わらない。ならなくても。
Hi, Chesto.
そんなことはありませんよ。結果が同じでも心が違えば大きく意味が異なることもあります。あなたの母が焼いたクッキーは優れたパティシエが作るクッキーより
You gotta put your love into your executions, Delanner.
それは
That's what really
心が
matters.
込められていることを知っているからですよ。
そうだな。結果が同じに見えても真心ってやつがあるかないかで意味は全然変わるかもしれねえぜ。
そうでしょうか。
Without love, it
私
cannot
の
be
心
seen.
などあってもなくても何の意味もない。
Delanner's gaze fell to her cup, a little sadly.
なことはね。今の話を聞いて俺はお前の見方を少し変えたぜ。だから心が無意味なんて
The heart.
絶対にね。
Virgilia was a little surprised to hear the words she should have said coming from Battler's mouth. After all, understanding the heart is the first step towards finding the essence of magic. But now, perhaps Battler was unconsciously started to understand, bit by bit, the essence of Beatil, the essence of witches, and the very first essence of all, magic. Whether you want to become a witch or vanquish them, the very first step is learning about magic. Virgilia was sure that she'd felt this faint change within Battler. He's starting to understand.
先ほどの戦いでは
He's
あ
starting
り
to
がとう
feel
ござい
empathy.
ました。最後の最後に慈悲を与えてくれたこと。
He is starting to see with the love.
俺は俺じゃねえぜ。
I wouldn't have done that. Fuck you.
ラムダデルタが操ってたんだ。
I joined in on the 5th game partway through. I still haven't participated at this point in time. So until I do join in, the Peace Me is probably being controlled by Burn Castle or Lambda Delta.
あいつらどういう気まぐれだろうな。妙にかっこよくしてくれやがって。あれじゃまるで俺がベアトを助けに来たナイト様みてえじゃないか。
He probably wants that though. That's how he wants to look. Whoop. I forgot I had an extra monster there. Hang on. I only need one. Too many energy drinks is bad for you, even if they're me flavored.
ラムダデルタ教は魔女と人間のそれぞれが均衡しドローゲームとなることを望んでいます。エリカの登場により天秤が人間側に大きく傾いたのでベアトに加担するように物語を操ったのでしょう。
それは知っています。しかし駒はできないことはできない。そして本来の性格にふさわしい行為が得意と
So
する。
even though Lambda Delta and Burn Castle are in control of the pieces, they can't make them
だから
act in ways the real people wouldn't.
バトラの成し得たことです。だからあなたに感謝するのです。
何もしてねえのに褒められるってのは妙な気分だな。
It's close enough.
ゲームがもう少し進めば
Your like temporal clone is still basically you.
その時にも優しく手加減するかはわからねえぜ。
私も同じです。 次に太刀を交えるときは遅れは取りません。
上等だ。
She's gonna dual wield even harder.
全力で来い。
約束します。全力です。
The Lanner, huh? I thought she was an emotionless killer doll without a heart. But maybe she actually is pretty approachable. Though, of course, neither of us will show any mercy when fighting on the game board. Yeah, she's gonna summon like a third sword somehow and hold it in her mouth like Zoro from One Piece. For a while, we gazed at the rain-drenched rose garden as we quietly enjoyed our tea.
一つ謝らねばなりません。
What's wrong, Umphi? With a sudden sigh, the Lanner muttered something.
何がだ。さっきの戦いのことならもうノーサイドだぜ。お互い全力で戦ったろ。勝ち負けは時の運だぜ。
No sighted as a.
いいえ、時の運ではありません。それに任せられなかったから私は謝罪に訪れたのです。
何の話だ。
Oh, she's probably gonna say like, I totally could have smashed your theory, but I chose not to.
勝ちを譲った。
Yeah, she threw it. I knew it. People keep doing this for Battler. Beato did this at the end of episode 4. Virgilia spoke softly, without hesitating in her knitting.
はい。ミスター・バトラー。
ミスターはかゆいぜ。バトラでいい。
バト
No
ラー
need for honorifics.
謝罪します。私たちは全力ではありませんでした。
分かっていますよ。金蔵は全ゲーム開始時に死亡している。
Yeah, this was already stated in red. And obviously Delaner would know this.
すでにベアトによって語られている。
So all she had to do was repeat that, and nothing. There would have been nothing Battler could have done.
あの戦いはバトラ君には引き分けに持ち込めれば上々。
Why did she throw it though?
勝ち目は絶対にないはずの戦いでした。
そうだな。一言そう言われちまえばそれで終わっちまう戦いだった。なぜその赤を使わなかった。まさかステイルメイトだからとか。
Stalemate.
ノックス第2条。探偵方法に超自然能力の使用を禁止。
Hmm.
その赤き真実を
I see.
私たちは直接使うことができません。しかし窓がこう後に開かれたことはないという赤き真実を私は窓を守っていたコーネリアに持たせていました。
ドーン。そいつでチェックメイトだ。どうしてあの姉ちゃんはその切り札を切らな
Did
かっ
she like forget because you had her too like flustered?
これは金系。我が赤が破れる道理はなし。そなたの望み叶うことなしと知りたまえ。
Though she had fought calmly up until that point, she quickly got flustered when I dashed forwards. Yeah, was it just because he like interrupted her train of thought? Battler Zabare is too strong? I thought she'd been frightened by my sudden attack, but the truth was different. Even though she held the trump card that could completely repel me, she suddenly became unable to use it and hesitated.
わかりません。突然あの瞬間に切り札の使用が禁じられたのです。
Forbidden?
それを失った時点であなたの勝利は約束されました。
So there was the red that the window hadn't been opened after it started raining. I guess because it wasn't wet
ラ
inside?
ムダデルタ教の干渉でしょう。
Why would she do that?
た。あいつめ結局あの戦いは全てラムダデルタの手のひら
I
に
guess it
茶
helps
番
her,
ってわけ
right?
か。
Keep things in a draw.
俺たちはあいつの筋書き通りに
Because if
お芝居
Erica
を
won,
や
the
らされ
game
た
would
ってわけ。
basically be over.
不愉快とは思います。しかし全力で来いとおっしゃられたバトラにそれを打ち明けぬわけ
It would be
には
boring.
いきませんでした。許してください。
それでもあなたは切り札を失っても残されたカードで全力で戦いましたよ。あなたを非難など誰にできるでしょう。
そうだな。むしろ余計なことをしやがってと。
Yeah, what a
ラムダデルタを
bitch.
怒るべきだぜ。
Forcing her way into an honorable role like that.
すでに確定事項です。
Kinzo doesn't exist. He was never real.
ラムダデルタ教もベルンカステル教もそれをよくご存知のはずです。なのに2人とも金像が存在する余地を残してゲームを進めています。まるで2人で結託して金像を否定させないかのようです。
Almost like they're doing it on purpose.
つまりじい様をわざと逃がしたと。
はい、何かの意図があるに違いありません。
確かに少しラムダデルタ教とベルンカステル教は魔女が優勢にならない限り対立する関係にあるはず。現在の流れでは2人が結託することは考えがたいのですが、
私には何か邪悪な目的があるように思えてなりません。それをお伝えしたくて私はここまで参りました。
お前
It's probably some new way to hurt
わざわ
Beatrice.
ざここまで来てくれたの
They seem way more invested in like hurting Beatrice and or Battler than like actually winning in their own ways.
はい。ですので私はもう用事を終えました。これにて失礼しようと思います。
Goodbye, Delaner.
ゲーム
Thanks for
の時期
visiting.
に再開するでしょう。エリカと今後のゲームを打ち合わせねばなりませんので。
Delaner gulped down the last of her black tea and stood up. I always assume like that door locking sound is her armor. Like rattling. The second
そこに
Twilight.
て私は再び無慈悲な太刀を振り上げるでしょう。ですからどうかバトラも私に慈悲などかけぬように。
分かってるぜ。
We're gonna stab each other a
手加
lot.
減
It'll be
なんかした
fun.
らこっちの頭が叩き割られちまうぜ。
Like a
ゲーム版
pumpkin.
での私はベルンカステル教の駒フルドエリカの手先も同然です。これからも敵として何度も立ちはだかるでしょう。
Yeah, we got 3 more episodes after this.
私の
I'm sure we'll have many
心
more
は
fights with
中
Delaner.
立です。
You assume it's her in general, like she's weirdly mechanical. She has been compared to like a wind-up doll a few times, so that could be it. She could just be a robot.
いや、忘れてください。そんなことはあなたと私の関係においては何の意味もない。
あるぜ。強敵であることは間違いないが、あんたをムカつき
This is what I assumed. I was thinking about this actually before the stream. And I'm glad it kind of came true because it means there's more like variety in characters, which is that Delaner isn't like openly malicious like the other witches are. She's just doing her job.
最高にムカつくがな。
よかった。
So she's more like she's more of an opponent Battler can respect.
私もフルドエリカにはムカつく
Furuto Erica also pisses me off. Every character's been saying this. We all hate Erica. Yeah, I feel like the time, you know, the die the death bit is just like Delaner getting like hyped up in the middle of a fight. Like she gets hot. She has moments where she can get hot-blooded, but she's not like, but it's not out of like malevolence. Delaner's expression finally softened slightly. At the very last moment, it felt as though we finally understood each other.
フルドエリカはとても邪悪な存在
Who
です。
really? He could have told me.
先ほどの
Big
敗北
big
で
mechanical
能力を潰
gauntlets
され
are cool.
復讐心に燃えたぎっています。
Oh boy, I can tell. I could tell from that last scene Erica Furuto is burning with revenge.
ですが、ろくなことのわけがない。注意してください。
ベルンカステルの困って時点で気を許す気はないぜ。
Delaner nodded as though satisfied, left the overhang of the arbor, and walked out into the rain.
あのような邪悪の手先を務めることになろうとは、どうして私はこの世界に呼ばれたのか。
Why was I programmed to feel pain? Delaner let out a small sigh. pieces can do nothing except fulfill the function they have been given, and that function is given to them by the one who controls them. She probably can't disobey her own player, Burncastle.
呼んだのはベルンカステル教かもしれない。しかしこの世界に受け入れたのはベアトです。この子が望まなければあなたは迷路庭園を抜けここへは至れなかったのだから。
You would have wandered for an eternity.
ね、ベアト。
ミス・ベアトリーチェ、あなたは私に何を求められるのか。邪悪の手先としての私があなたの何かに
I don't think she's gonna respond, sorry. Beato is... It's all just like dial tone right now. She spoke to Beato, but of course there was no response. After bowing once more in thanks for the black tea, Delanner disappeared off into the rainy rose garden.
この黄金鏡にはベアトが望まない限り誰もたどり着けないのか。
ええ、ドラノールをここへ呼んだのはこの子なのですよ。
ベアトがあいつをここへ呼び。
She's helping in her own way. She's just nonverbal right now, and that's alright. However, I know of a person who reached this place despite Beato's wishes. It's Anja. In the last game, Anja reached this place by herself, even though she was an uninvited guest. Was that also something Beato wished for? Like, internally, maybe.
ここに私がいて、あなたがいることも、ベアトがいることも、そしてドラノールが招かれたことも、すべてはこの子が望んだことなのです。
Maybe it was like an internal thing. Beato secretly wished for someone to come smash that fantasy and set Maria free.
ドラノールとあなたが過ごしたこのささやかな紅茶の時間さえも。
ベアト、俺はあいつから何を知れ
I
という
feel like you learned a few things.
それがお前の心臓を探し出し。
Like, I feel like she outright told you some very valuable information, but, you know, it's Battler. He could have not been paying attention as usual. Delanner A. Knox, the natural enemy of witches, an inquisitor of heresy, a vanguard of mystery who denies fantasy. Is she here to help by gouging out your heart and choking the life out of you? I don't want to live no more. Meanwhile, oh, hi. Oh, there she is.
片足で
There's the bitch. Why are you doing this? Cornelia slowly got up and stood on one leg as she had been ordered. Her hands were clasped behind her back. Even though you can see her saluting in the art, just use your imagination. We're using theater of the mind here. Because she had been ordered to do so. Then, with a thump, Erica pushed her from behind with both hands. She's such a bitch. Cornelia landed on the floor face first with a thud.
立ってください。片足で
She gonna keep doing it? I can respect it. I respect this hustle. I respect this form of punishment for people who disobey me or fail me. Remember, this could be you. Cornelia rose shakily. Then, once again, she stood on one leg as she had been ordered. She had been ordered not to hold her ground, so she had fallen on her face over and over again. She had barely managed to protect her nose, but after smashing against the floor so many times, her face was bright red. She wasn't shedding any tears. No, she couldn't shed them, because she was forbidden to do even that.
立ってください。片足で
That's a good face. That's a cute face. Thump. Thud.
立ってください。片足で
She just keeps doing it over and over. I wonder how long it'll take for her to get bored. Erica repeated this falling torture over and over again. At times like this, Erica hated counting things. So she had decided that once she ran out of fingers to count the number of times, she would just repeat it until she lost interest. However, Erica's main redeeming feature was that she never lost interest in anything. So her torture continued on and on. This is funny. Erica didn't know why Cornelia had been unable to fully protect the window, so the whole time since then, she had placed all the blame of their loss on her.
近景謹んで申し上げたてまつコーネリアの咎を許したまえすでに彼女の咎の
I love that the tips for Cornelia specifically said she's like a rookie.
ああ、そうですか。
So she's like a fail girl inherently, which is funny.
では、ここからはあなたが変わってください。ガートルードに咎はなきなりや。ガートルード、立ってください。片足で。両手は後ろで組むように。
Gertrude followed the order and clasped her hands behind her back, standing on one leg.
耐えて踏みとどまってはダメですよ。膝を折ることも許しません。
Erica is so funny. I'm warming up to her more and more throughout this scene just because it's so funny.
いいですね。
御意。
ガートルード。
Erica made a show of walking behind Gertrude. She even enjoyed making her wonder when she'd push. Oh, they're gone. At that time, Gertrude and Cornelia burst with a bright light and disappeared, because the Lanner, who must have returned at some point, had sent them back to the heavens for the time being. Erica, who had had her fun spoiled, gave the Lanner an openly malicious look.
ミス・エリカ、我が部下の咎は上司の私が背負います。どうか部下をお許しください。
Let my people go.
ノーサンキューです。
No, thank you, desu.
お仕置きってのは苦痛を与えるから意味があるんです。傷一つつかない無痛覚の人形女など面白くもなんともありません。
Erica slowly grabbed the hold of the back of Delanner's hair, tugging unrelentingly. Delanner's neck tilted upwards, creaking.
傷はつきませんが傷つきはします。あんたに傷つく心なんてあるわけもない。
You don't have any feelings, you dumb
魔女狩り
bitch.
殺人人形の分際で
Which we know is definitively not true, thanks to the last scene.
私に口答えする気ですか。大ベルンカステル教の使者にして分身のこの私に。
いいえ。
あんた
I
は
love
使えない
the
から
world weary
私がベルン
sigh.
カステル教に
That
お
was
叱り
very
を受け
that
るん
was
です。
very funny.
二度と無様
I
な
think
真似は見
Delanner
せない
has a
で
bit
く
of
ださい。
gap moe to her.
いいですね。
Desune. The hair she had grabbed was stretched back as far as it would go, along with more creaking. That didn't cause Delanner any physical pain, but she could clearly feel Erica's ill will.
失礼しました。お許しください。
クズが。
With a sound like a bowstring being cut, several of Delanner's hairs were pulled out. Then Erica waved her hand about as though trying to brush off something dirty that had gotten stuck to it.
まあいいです。これで終わりにします。ようやく私の怒りが収まり、灰色の脳細胞がうずいてきま
My
した
gray
から。
cells are tingling.
あの使えない二人を呼び戻して、現場の再構築をして推理ゲームを始めましょう。
The reasoning game. This is just like the investigation part of an Ace Attorney game.
ガートルード、コーネリア。
御意。
The two of them reappeared behind the Lanner and reconstructed the crime scene for Erica, the one who had just been tormenting them.
心臓の失踪なんて第一の晩のおまけでしかありません。さあ、第一の晩の検証を始めましょう。と、その前に。
Yeah, that's true. It could have been seen as a distraction for the
実
murders.
は私たちは殺人事件の発生以
We
前
haven't even talked about,
一つ
like,
の
the
謎を突き
circumstances of the
詰められ
murders
てい
at
ることを
all
ご
yet.
存知ですか？
It was all Kinzo jumping out of a window.
はい。昨夜の24時の何者かのノックによって現れた 片翼のわしの刻まれた手紙ですね。
そうです。一見物語はその瞬間に人間の誰にも不可能であったと語り、未知の魔女が存在しているかのような幻想を作り出しています。まずはこの魔女幻想を叩き潰すことから始めましょう。
Crush the illusion of the
手紙
witch.
が届けられた
I like how it's a
昨晩の
proper
食堂の
noun. The
状況を
illusion of the
確認していき
witch.
ます。
了解です。ガートルード、
Yokai desu.
昨晩の食堂の親族会議を再構築。
御意。
The family conference last night was held with the adult relatives and Battler. And partway through, the servants had arrived to serve tea.
手紙が現れた瞬間の全員の立ち位置を確認しましょうか。どうなってましたっけ？
I like these scenes where they can like reconstruct the exact moment.
近景慎んで申し上げ
Like some Batman hologram shit.
親族会議以前にエリカ、ジョージ、ジェシカ、マリア、ナンジュ、ゴーダ、熊沢は屋敷より退出しゲストハウスへ移動したもの
Guest house.
近辺慎んで申し上げる。残りはクラウス、夏日、ゲンジの3人のみが2階廊下におり、それ以外の全員は食堂におりしこと申し上げたてまつる。
So it could have been one of those three, I guess.
屋敷は親族会議に先んじて全て施錠されていたため、それ以外の人間は屋敷に入ることができません。
おやおや、
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
それでは屋敷内の誰にも食堂の扉をノックして手紙を置くことはできないということになりますね。
そうなります。その人物こそが手紙を記した魔女ベアトリーチェであるとの魔女側の人。
バカバカしいくだらないトリックです。手紙が24時の瞬間に置かれた保証はありません。
Yeah, what if it was just like in a hidden spot or
それ以
something?
前にもう置かれていたと考えるのが常識的です。
手紙が発見されるほんの数分前に
Yeah, what if Shannon and Cannon brought it in?
2人を迎え入れる際、廊下に手紙などの不審物が一切なかったことを複数が
100万人いなかったクラウス、夏日、ゲンジのうちの誰かがその直後に隙を見て手紙を置いただけのことでしょう。
Yeah, that makes the most
い
sense.
えいえ、ゲストハウスに行ったはずの人物でも可能です。
You're them, yeah.
屋敷は施錠され外部の人間は入れなかったそうですが、ゲストハウスに戻ったふりをして屋敷内にこっそりと隠れていた人間がいたなら、その人物が手紙を置いたとしても
I mean, it's a little silly. I feel like saying it was one of the three outside the room makes more
青き
sense.
真実有効なり。
となると問題はノックです。手紙と違いノックの瞬間にその場に存在しなくてはなりません。
なるほど、それこそが魔女という名のいないはずの人物が存在する証拠だ。
Somebody had to knock on the door.
実にバカバカしいにも程があります。その程度でこのフルデエリカが屈服するとでも
She's such a smug bitch. You know, for someone who just lost.
まずノックが確かに食堂の扉を叩いたものなのか疑えます。例えばですが、屋敷の構造上2階の特定の柱を叩くと音が柱を伝わり、食堂の人間はあたかも扉をノックされたかのように誤認
Just a
してしま
funny
うと
echo.
か、あるいは偶然何かの音をノックと聞き間違え同様に誤認してしまうとか、あるいはノック音を録音したテープがこっそり再
But
生され
then,
て
you
い
know,
た
somebody would have to be there to play the tape. I
そ
don't
れが
know.
ちょうどあのタイミングで聞こえるように再生
I
さ
don't
れて
know.
いた
I've never heard of
かもし
any
れない
like tape player that you can set off to go at a certain time.
いずれにせよ扉の向こうに誰もいなくてもノックを聞かせる方法なんていくらでも考えられます。いかがです我が推理
She's asking
だ
Burn.
そうだけどいかに。
ベルの可愛い駒が精一杯頑張って考えた青き真実みたいだから、 気前よく赤き真実をサービスしちゃおっかしら。
Just a little red as a treat.
まずは手紙からいこうかしら。24時の大時計の鐘の時にやったノック、そして扉を開けたらそこに置かれていた片翼の足の封筒の手紙。客間にいなかった人間がこっそりと廊下に置いていったのだろうという想像は実に王道よね。クラウス、夏日、源氏の3人はその手
Ooh.
紙に触れてさえいない。
I mean, you could counter with like they didn't touch it directly, but put it there some other way.
へえ、シャノン・カノンが救助に訪れて扉を閉じる瞬間に最後に食堂に入った最後尾の人間は誰？例えばカノンとか。最後尾のカノンが扉を閉めるときにこっそりポトリと手紙を落とせば簡単じゃない。
食堂の全員の誰も、いえ、もっとシンプルな
Oh,
言
really?
い方をするわ。24時の時点で屋敷内にいた誰一人、あの手紙を廊下に置いた者はいないよ。
触れた者はいない。
I don't know if that's a simpler way to say it. I feel like that's a way that makes your loophole work.
そりゃそうでしょう。彼らは拾って触れたわ。触れてないとまでは言えるわけない。
なるほど。じゃあこういう解釈だわ。24時の時点で屋敷外に存在した何者かがあらかじめ手紙を廊下以外の場所に置いたのよ。そして何らかの方法でそれが移動して最終的に廊下に置かれた。
Yeah, I mean, could we see...
例えば使用人たち
You
が
could
押
say
し
it
て
was
きた
indirectly transported without them directly touching it, like Erica's saying right now. That's what I said earlier.
お茶の道具を
Always one
積ん
step
だ
ahead.
配電車の下部の裏側に貼り付けられていたとか。それは時間が経てば剥がれてしまうような簡単な接着。それはやがて剥がれ落ちて存在しないはずの魔女が
Ah, yes, the old glued to the underside of a serving cart. The absolute classic
つま
trick.
り時間差で手紙が現れるようにすることで真の差出人がその時刻にアリバイを作ろうとする古典的トリックです。
金形、青き真実、有効なり。
ちょうど都合よく食堂の扉の前に落ちたのは犯人にとって幸運だっただけということ。下手をすればそこは厨房か廊下かはたまた食堂の中だったかもしれません。
It does seem a little luck based.
グッと
Good stuff.
食堂の中ならば随分と素敵ですね。全員の監視の中突然
That's
床
true.
に手紙が現れる。
There would be no room for doubt.
食堂という密室に忽然とその場の誰も触れていないという赤を維持したまま。お見事です。配膳車の下部に手紙を貼り付ける行為なら誰が犯人でも可能です。手紙についてはまずね。でもそれと同じ論法がノックについても通用するかしら。じゃあもう一度同じやり取りをしようかしら。
ええ、どうぞ。
クラウス、夏日、源氏の3人は
うん
ノックをしていない。これは扉だけはノックしていないという限定的な意味じゃないわよ。音が伝わる柱だろうと
They didn't do any of that weird
録音した
stuff.
カセットテープの再生ボタンだろうとそのノック音を生み出したことは断じてないという意味。無論直接的にも間接的にも意図的にも偶
Alright,
発
that's
的
a very
にも
long
無
read.
意識的にもね。
すでにくさびを打ってるけど繰り返すわ。クラウス、夏日、源氏たち3人以外の
That's a very long piece of red.
あるいはノックと誤認させる音を発生させたのかも
What
し
if
れ
they
ない。
were all just stupid and didn't know what sound they actually heard? What then, Fern Castle,
謹
Lambda
んで申し
Delta?
上げたて祭り。24時の時点で2階廊下にいたクラウス、夏日、源氏の3人と食堂にいた全員以外の一切の人間は
No
屋敷内に
humans.
存在しなかった旨申し上げたて祭り。
金形、慎んで申し上げる。クラウス、夏日、源氏の3人に加え食堂の全員もまたノックしていないこと申し上げ。このノックとはノック音を生み出す直接的間接
We really
的
got a lawyer speak this stuff.
無意識的偶発的な全てを含めるものなり。
A direct knock refers to someone literally hitting a door to make a knocking sound. An intentional knock refers to someone creating a fake knocking sound to try and make it appear that someone knocked. An unintentional knocking sound refers to someone unintentionally creating a fake knocking sound. A coincidental knock refers to some kind of coincidence creating a fake knocking sound.
つまり屋敷にいた人物全員がノックオンの発生源とはなり得ない
Oh
という
yeah.
意味です。そしてこの全員とは誰も把握していない観測されていない人物であったとしても含みます。
Anyone who is in the mansion would also include an unknown person X who had snuck into the mansion. Therefore, it literally meant it was impossible for anyone inside the mansion to knock, with no wordplay allowed.
なるほど。どうひっくり返そうとも、いわゆるゲストハウス組にしかノックオンの生成は不可能というわけですね。例えば私、この古田エリカがカセットテープにノックオンを録音し、それをどこかにこっそり仕掛け、ちょうど24時頃に再生されるような仕掛けを施したのよ。もちろん24時の時点では屋敷にはいないわけです。これなら何も問題ないじゃないですか。
That's very elaborate.
しかし扉の前に手紙があればこそノックがその存在を教えるきっかけとなりますが、もし厨房などに手紙が落下していたらノックは手紙の存在を教えるものにはならなかったように思います。
If the trick in Erica's theory about the letter being stuck to the serving cart was accurate, then the location of that the letter fell was a matter of luck. Because it had fortunately fallen near the door, the people in the dining hall noticed it due to the knock. However, if the location it fell was a matter of chance, it might have landed on the far-off kitchen or remained stuck even after they entered. If that had happened, the knock would have been ignored as though they'd just imagined it. In other words, the knock by itself wouldn't transmit any message at all. It only made it appear as though someone had been there because it was paired with the letter. In any case, the random location that letter fell to off the bottom of the serving cart wouldn't be connected with the knock. For the letter to be found thanks to the knock, it would have to be reliably positioned on the other side of the door. However, it was announced in red that no one in the mansion placed the letter in the hallway.
この廊下に置いたという赤ももっと細かく
Oh.
言い直すわ。屋敷内の誰一人手紙を廊下に置いた者はいない。それは直接的、間接的、意図的、偶発的、無意識的、すべての概念だよ。
Okay.
例えば配電車に停車すると手紙が落ちるという仕掛けがあったと仮定する。これならば食堂の扉でノックするために一度停車するだろうことが事前に予見できるから、うまいこと扉の前に手紙を落とせるように思えるかもしれない。しかしこれもダメなのよ。配電車を停車させること
Not
は
even this will work.
廊下に手紙を置くという行為を間接的に示してる。よってこれでは台車を押していたシャノンとカノンが間接的に無意識に置いたことにな
And
って
she
しま
just said
う。
they can't do that in red. That hadn't
だから
happened.
これもダメ。さらに言うと時間が経てば剥がれて落ちる仕掛けもそこまで配電車を押した人間によって偶発的に無意識に置いたことになってしまう。もちろんこれもダメ。
副賞要求24時の時点で
Yeah, say it in
屋敷以
red.
外に存在するのはエリカ、ジョージ、ジェシカ、マリア、ナンジー、ゴーダ、熊沢のみである。
What if someone in the dining hall didn't exist in the mansion right at midnight? For example, what if they'd slipped out a window just before? With this wordplay, it might be possible to get around the red truth.
副賞要求？気前よく赤をサービスしてるからってちょっと欲張りすぎじゃない？
Aw, I think we might have found the loophole.
ベアトみたいにバカじゃないから相手の求める副賞にペラペラ答えたりなんかしないわよ。
Hey, she stopped doing that in like episode 4.
今度お風呂でマシュマロとコンペイトーのスクラブで全身マッサージしてあげるわ。
I could go for that.
生皮はげる。
Maybe not the marshmallows in the bath. That sounds kind of sticky.
絶対よ、約束だからね、ジュルリ。
Slurp.
じゃあいいわ、サービスしちゃう。副賞要求に答えるわ。 4時の時点で屋敷以外に存在するのは、エリカ、ジョージ、ジェシカ、マリア、南條、ゴーダ、熊沢のみである。
So it couldn't have been one of them. In other words, no matter how much they struggled, those 8 people, including Erica, could not have existed inside the mansion, much less in front of the door. And at the same time, no matter how much they struggled, those inside the mansion could not have existed outside the mansion. So it must be one of them.
配膳車ではなく、廊下の天井に手紙を貼り付けてあったのかもしれません。廊下の天井は案外高いから、堂々と貼り付けてあっても誰も気づかないかもしれない。これなら廊下に落ちるのは確定的。そしてそれを屋敷外の人物が行ったなら、グッド。
金慶、謹んで申し上げる。廊下天井に手紙が存在したことはなきもの。
Okay, I guess that was kind of expected.
金慶、謹んで申し上げる。配膳車に手紙が触れたことはなきと
Let her
知る
never
がまま。
touch the serving cart, they didn't stick it to the ceiling.
知らないです、そんなこと。とにかく屋敷以外の人間が何かのトリックであそこに手紙を置いてみ
She's
せたん
getting
です。
flustered again.
あの手紙とノックでベアトリーチェを存在させようなどという目論みはこのフルドエリカには断じて通用しません。
金慶、謹んで申し上げる。屋敷以外の全員は親族会議開始後、屋敷内にて何を行うことも不可能なり。
じゃあ親族会議以前に屋敷以外の何者かが
Mysterious device X? I thought you hated this technique that Battler uses a
配
lot.
膳車以外でです。
金慶、青木真実、
Oh,
向こうなりや。
なんでですか。それしかないでしょ。天井と配膳車以外の何かに屋敷以外の誰かが何か仕掛けをしたのよ。
金慶、その何かを特定もしくは仮定せぬ限り、青木真実とは
yeah, you
認めら
gotta
れる
follow
ものない。
Delanner's rules now.
金慶、手紙についてのエリカ教の青き真
Rip.
実はすべて失われたものなり。
Your blue truths are no longer valid.
全て失われた。
She's so mad again. She's getting mad again.
言い方にもう少し気を使ってください。
She's
使え
getting
ない影の
upset.
皆さん、その仕掛けを思いつきさえすれば即座にチェックメイトなんです。それを
All of
全て
them.
失われた。この
She's making the
探偵
face.
フルドエリカに
I'm
よく
the
もそんな口を。
detective. Erica's face twisted. Those words that seemed to deny Erica. No, Erica's reasoning were the worst form of torture and humiliation for her.
ミス・エリカ、手紙の謎は一度保留してはいかがです。ノックの推理、屋敷以外の何者かがカセットテープなどで聞かせたとする青きくさびは未だに有効です。
Hmm.
音が可能なら手紙もまた不可能ではないはず。
As Erica made to grab and pull Gertrude's hair, Delanner stopped her with those words.
そうです。ノックについては私の青き真実、未だ有効なはずです。全てを否定されてなんていません。我が主、手紙の謎は必ずや解いてみせます。お時間の猶予をお許しください。しかしノックの謎については確かに
Give me a break. Let me take a break. I'll figure it out after a
カ
break.
セットテープなどでノック音を聞かせる仕掛けを施したとする青きくさびでうがちました。
本当に可愛い子ね、テイルンの子ママ。本当にけなげだわ。とりあえず2つの謎のうち1つは高3だけど1つは解けたからお許しよって叫んでる。どうする？許してあげる？
そうね、私の駒の分際で降参なんて恥さらし、一つは解いてみせたのなら今回は多めに見てあげようかしら。我が主。
My master. When Berncastle she said she'd let it slide, Erica couldn't hide her relief.
じゃあお仕置きだわ、エリカちゃん。
Yeah, Berncastle's letting it slide. Lambda isn't.
すべての人物はノック音を誤認することはない。
へえ、何それ。
ノック音を誤認しないということはつまりノック音によく似た他の音をノック音と勘違いしたりはしない。
Nobody thought that sound was them knocking.
柱を叩くとノックに似た音がするなんてのもアウト。
They would not mistake a sound. Okay, hitting a pillar to make something. Okay.
ノック音をカセットテープに録音したとしてもそれはもはやノック音を
That's very
録音したテ
specific.
ープの音
The
で
sound of the tape with a knocking sound on it, not an actual knocking
だ
sound.
からこれもアウト。
But I get it.
つまり実際にあの扉を叩いたノック音を
Has to be something that actually hit the door,
絶対に聞き間違いないということよ。
because they cannot mishear
直
it.
接叩く以外のあらゆる音をノックと誤解することは絶対にありえないということ。そんな。
Why are you so mean to
でも
me?
それじゃあの24時の鐘の音の時存在しないことになるじゃありませんか。
そうよ、存在しないわよ。だって黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェが叩いたんだもの。
Erica has much funnier breakdowns than Battler, I think. Her like making this face is way funnier than Battler going like "Wah!" Do you think I'll be able to beat Erica?
つまりあの
Let me
扉
think.
を叩く以外ごまかしようはないってことね。ならこういうのはどう？
Maybe somebody set up some device to hit the door. I don't know.
扉をノックしてくれる
Oh, well, there I go.
仕掛けとか
See, I can be ahead of the game.
自動のドアノッカーみたいな仕掛けがあってそれによって手を触れずにノックすることができたとか。
I'm sure Lambda Delta will kill this with the red,
人
yeah.
は手で扉を叩くものよ。仕掛けで叩いたなんて認めないわ。24時の鐘の時にノックが聞こえたわ。その時食堂の人物全員が確かにそれを聞いたわ。そして彼らは誰もノック音を誤認しない。クラウス、夏日、ゲンジの3人はノックに関わっていない。それ以外の人物は誰も屋敷内に存在
Kraus,
し
Natsuki, and Genji were not involved with the making of a knocking sound. No one else existed inside the mansion, and knock refers to the action of standing directly in front of a door and hitting it with a
扉を
hand.
叩く行為を指す。
Okay.
ねえベル、どう？私の赤は
It's a pretty tough red.
まだ第一の番以前なのになかなかシンプルで遊びがいがあるでしょ。黄金の魔女はノックの音とともに静かに降臨。
It's a little bit of a brain teaser for sure. They're both having fun though. Look at the face.
面白いわ。本当に面白いわラムダ。こうでなくっちゃ。ああ面白い。
Omoshiroi. The two witches doubled over laughing as though this was the most fun thing in the world. But Erica's still seething.
若悪事
Whose side are you on?
ご安心よ。その程度の赤。我が灰色の脳細胞は時間さえ
My
与えられれば
my gray matter needs more time to cook.
答えを導き出してみせます。
Sis is cooking nothing.
あんたなんて所詮は駒。いてもいなくても私がゲームを進めるには
Yeah,
支障が
killer.
ないんだから特に推理が思いつかないならおとなしく駒置き場にでも戻って
Toss her
ここ
out.
で使えない駒は記憶に留めるのも苦痛だわ。
ベルンは忘れっぽいからね。あんたもうちょっと頑張らないと。
Oh no, if she forgets you, that'll probably erase you from existence or something. You'll just go sit in a corner for eternity.
とっても辛いと思うけれど。
ご安心よ。ダイラムダデルタ教そして我が
Even
主
Erica is scared of
必
this.
ずやお気に入りいただくことができるよう二度と失望させる活
Please
躍を
be
約束い
nice
たし
to
ます。
me.
ああ、さすがは私の分身ね。頼もしいわ。なら本当に頑張ってね。 いろいろとあまり活躍がないと私あなたのこと忘れちゃうかもしれないんだから。
The worst thing that can happen when two wacky, goofy, lesbian, godlike beings summon you is that they just forget you and get bored. As the two witches giggled, they continued discussing the letter and the knock. There was no room for Erica to step in. If she contented herself with that, she would literally have no place to go and would be buried in an eternal oblivion. Erica endured this with a hideous expression, looking with shame at the back of the master who ignored her. And with both fists clenched, she thought frantically in search of some kind of breakthrough. I am the detective. I am Furuto Erica. I am the beast and double and servant of the great Lady Burncastle. I'll definitely make her satisfied. Satisfied. Definitely. Definitely. You show me a battler? How dare you humiliate me so? As she stood there, ignored by the witches and shrouded in darkness, it looked like someone had told her to go stand all alone in the hallway. She's so owned right now. Her moves are weak. With the crime in the early morning, we'd completely forgotten about breakfast. So we now had our first meal of the day at a time that could never be called breakfast time. Even Goda-san's wonderful meal, which had supposedly been in the works since yesterday, provided no comfort. The several empty seats quietly burdened us with a pain-filled sadness. Then, in the middle of this meal that felt like a vigil, Erica suddenly stood up. Everyone focused on her to see what was the matter. Her expression was somewhere between relief and insanity, as though she'd made some groundbreaking and strange discovery.
おい、どうした？
Oh boy, what now?
大丈夫か？
わかりました。わかり
Oh,
ました。
have you? Have you figured something out?
私にわからないとお思いですか？ええ、わかりましたもん。そんなバカなこと。
No way something could be that dumb. With a hideous expression covered in cold sweat, Erica glared and lashed out at Battler.
分かったって何が？
あなたが
Bitch, what are you talking about? Oh, she's still mad about that.
私たちは誰一人あんたが飛び降り中庭に着地したところなんて見てないんですから。あなたは中庭からはしごをかけて3階の窓にルドルフさんが登るのを見ていた時、その外壁の構造をよく観察し、雨どいなどをうまく伝えば3階の窓から中庭に降りることは不可能じゃないと気づいたんです。
Okay, but that still like reinforces Battler's point that Kinzo could have escaped.
あなたは飛び降りてなんかいない。雨どいなどを伝え、みっともなく外
Erica is absolutely doing that thing where like when you get in an argument with somebody and you don't think of a comeback until like a day after the argument is over. She's doing that right now.
どうです？私の青き真実は。さあ、反論は？
反論って？
反論はない。ならば、私の真実は有効ですね。ほら、見たことか。かっこつけて飛び降りたように見えたのはすべて幻想。あんたはかっこつけて飛び出し、
I like that she's using the blue truth on the game board where like none of the other characters can understand it.
あの時の論点は
Yeah, exactly. That's what I said just a minute ago, that all she's doing is reinforcing Battler's argument that Kinzo could have escaped, not that he jumped and
そ
survived.
してじいさまは窓から抜け出すことも可能だった。俺はそれを証明しただけだぞ。飛び降りようが這い降りようが、それは変わらねえはずだから。
Owned.
はぐらかさないでください。
Owned.
人間風情が3階から飛び降りられるはずがないんです。
Owned.
それ見たことか、それ見たことか。いかがです、我が主、我が推理。
お前疲れてんのか？飯くらい落ち着いて食えよ。
Everybody's like, what is this bitch talking about? When he escaped to the courtyard through the window, Battler really did use the rain gutter to crawl down the wall, just like Erica said. His hand had slipped halfway and he had fallen from a considerable height, but he had managed to land on his feet. No one had witnessed this, but most likely everyone in the dining hall now except Erica had realized that something like this had happened. Since the very beginning, no one had believed that he jumped down from the third floor window. I love how Erica's the only one who's like, I have to figure out how he did it, and everybody is like, well, yeah, of course he didn't jump 3 floors and survive. Even if they hadn't witnessed that directly. So they had no clue what Erica was complaining about all of a sudden, and started to whisper, staring at her with cold eyes and dubious faces.
反論できないでしょ。あなたの飛び降りは否定された。私の真
Denied.
実が勝ったんです。私の青き真実は有効です。我が主、それをどうか
She's so desperate. I would never be this desperate.
私は無能ではありません。失望もさせません。
She's
必ずやこのように
she's begging.
ご期待に
It's
応
so
えてみせます
pathetic.
からどうかお見捨てにならないでください。
I kind of want to like put her under a cup like a spider and then like just toss her outside. Facing something that might have been somewhere beyond the ceiling, Erica spread her arms and yelled. Then, as if in answer, a massive lightning bolt landed very close by. It was an incredible sound. They could even feel the earth shake. Now, at the same time as the sound, Erica went limp and fell into her seat, like a puppet who just had all its strings cut. Ladies and gentlemen, it has happened again. Every VN has the puppet with the strings cut. We're up to like 3 or 4 now. We're up to like 3 or 4 of those. We had a few of those in like episode 3 and 4, and when the count is going up. Then, as the sound of the wind and rain slowly filled the room once again, Erica slowly opened her eyes as though recovering from a bout of dizziness. Sorry, I'm normal again. Then she Then she continued eating in silence as though nothing had happened. It reminds me of that one like end of chapter gag from Mob Psycho 100 where like they're like eating the meat, right? And Reagan keeps telling Mob that he's like overcooking his and not using the sauce. And like because Mob has his mouth full of the really hot meat and has burned his tongue a little and it's like inflamed, the way he says like just shut up, it sounds like to Reagan like he says just shut up and eat. Like he says it really rudely. And so the gag ends with just Reagan, the narration saying, Reagan continued to eat his meat in silence. It reminds me of that. As if she had been acting normally the whole time. She's so normal. Didn't Erica just stand up suddenly and yell something strange at someone? Automatically, enough to make one doubt their eyes, Erica continued eating quietly as though everything was perfectly normal. Then, when they saw how ordinary she looked, everyone convinced themselves that they were totally worn out, and that they must have just seen some illusion of Erica suddenly yelling. So Erica's sudden transfiguration of a few seconds ago was treated as a daydream, and faded out of everyone's memories. This is so dumb. Erica quietly poked at her salad and muttered in a voice no one could hear.
ありがとうございます。タイベルカステル卿。我こそはフルダエリカ。 我が主の駒にして分身。必ずやあなたのために最高の物語を献上してご覧に入れます。
She's so normal.
そうそう、やっぱりナイフとフォークって
What are you
食器と
on
して
about
原
now?
始的ですよね。お箸が一番です。
Oh, right, her chopstick thing, I
サラダを
remember.
最も食べやすいのはお箸だとは思いませんか？
No, I don't think that at all.
ね、
I actually think
皆さん
chopsticks would make eating salad a lot more difficult than it needs to be. Haha, to everybody ignore my random psychotic outbursts. I'm just a quirky anime girl who likes using chopsticks. Alright, it's past 12:30. She uses them to eat the double down? God. Stop talking about the double down. I'm just imagining her like pincering one like little piece of lettuce at a time.
その後30分くらいで皆さんも解散されたんですね。
そうよ。いい加減眠くなってきて、
They were all eepy.
一眠りしてから仕切り直そうってことになったのよ。
To smoke out the murder of the first Twilight, Erica closely questioned everyone involved to check their alibis and evidence. To confirm these, she went around the mansion with them, and when needed, took several trips out to the guest house through the rain. Her vitality was impressive. Though she was an uninvited guest, everyone had long since stopped feeling anything strange about the way she played the detective. That is how detective fiction often goes. The detective just shows up and people tend to roll with it. You kind of have to accept that's one of the things about detective fiction is that, like, all of these people could tell, like, a private detective or even just an enthusiast to like, leave and fuck off, but they never do.
無駄なことよ。アリバイがあろうとなかろうと、わらわたちの存在を否定することなどできぬわ。金蔵は窓より逃れ、今や六軒島の
He is one with the mists. It's like gorillas in the mist. Kinzo's in the
決
mists.
して捉えることも否定することもでき
You're
ぬ。
just gonna be walking on the island one day and Kinzo's just gonna come running at you out of the fog.
さしずめ、
Oh, desire! And then he just like
それも
runs you
いいの
over.
かしら。
Well, yeah, well, Columbo's different because he's, you know, it's easy to forget sometimes, but he's actually a cop. They legally can't tell him to leave. He has like actual investigative rights. Like, I've seen Columbo episodes where like the culprit does tell Columbo to fuck off, but that doesn't actually work because he's a cop. That's true. They can when he doesn't have a warrant and stuff, and they do that a couple times where like the culprit will start telling him to fuck off before he has like any warrants or anything. But you know, he always comes back. He always comes back with a warrant. He's been stowed away. We put him in a
例の
box.
第一の晩の死体、
We put Kinzo in the box. He's the Kinzo in the box. We don't know if he's alive or dead.
同じくしまい込んだのであった。
And all the corpses are gone too. Who knows where they fucked off to? God put them in the void. She did an X death on them. She just dropped them on she just dropped them on Gilgamesh and he's like, what the fuck? Why are all these dead bodies here?
当然よ。 人間には絶対不可能だわ。確認する？
Peter Falk described being investigated by Columbo as being eaten alive by a duck. That's
念
hilarious.
のためな。
I kind of get what he's saying.
そしてわらわたちも。
It must be being eaten alive by a duck must be a very slow, excruciating process, considering, you know, the lack of teeth and stuff. So I kind of get what he's going at there.
敵を知れば百戦も危うからずですな。
真に知れば百戦も戦わずに勝てるわ。
いやいや、まったく。
Watch out, this bitch is quoting Sun Tzu. Gop opened up a large hole in the sky and had it swallow all of them up. She invited Beato and Renove to the gap between worlds, the Void, where she had hidden the corpses. Oh dear! That place was nowhere in this world, and it existed at no time of this world. In other words, it truly and literally was a place not of this world. In this place, questions such as where is this and what time is it have no meaning. Every single place led to here, but no place could be reached from here. Furthermore, all times connected to this place, but no time could be passed to from here. In short, this place was just what they said it was, the underside of the chessboard. No, perhaps it would be most appropriate to call this the captured pile, where pieces that have left the game go. I guess that makes sense. Then, through the pitch-black world, a glow like a faint spotlight shone, and 5 corpses came into view. The 5 pitiful corpses, with their necks sliced open, had been arranged neatly. Well, I'm glad they're arranged neatly. Their eyelids were shut and their hands joined. Apparently, even Gop had respect for the dead. Oh, hi, Virgilia. I mean, there always are. That's how the first Twilight works. Oh, wait, no, it's supposed to be 6. That's right, I forgot. There's supposed to be 6. That's true, we haven't seen Game Board Virgilia much in this one.
さあいよいよだ。ワクワクしてきたぞ。そうですか。ここのあなたは元気そうですね。何よりです。ん？わらわは元気と魅惑なボディ。
So true. So true, Beato.
あと気立ての良さくらいしか取り柄がないぞ。
She's just like me. For some reason, Virgilia praised Beato for being in high spirits. Though Beato was taken aback at such granny-like words coming out of Virgilia's mouth all of a sudden. She pounded her chest and answered. Virgilia had been absent often during this game. She might have even been absent when Battler solved the epitaph, as well as during the uproar that followed. Apparently, she'd been absent for so many critical points that she didn't really understand much about what had happened so far in this game.
今のところ出ている死体は5人。見ての通り。
That's right. Kraus disappeared, even though there was a bunch of blood on his bed, and the fake Natsuki son is like, I captured him. George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, Genji. All 5 of them had their necks sliced open by something sharp. The wound opened wider than their mouths, and made it feel as though they'd no longer been needed the mouths to breathe. I don't think that's how that works. I think if you slice someone's neck open, they wouldn't be able to breathe through that. Yes, they're super dead. They're dead as hell, dude. They're dead as doorknobs.
赤か。まあ、お師匠様にケチっても始まらぬ。そう死んだふりなど絶対にありえぬ。誰もが一目で死亡を確認できる死体であるわ。なぜリーヤは赤を？
That's a good question. Maybe she's seeming a little sus right now.
さて、しかし常にお嬢様のことを思われている方です。お嬢様に利する何らかのお考えがあってのことでしょう。
But they hid the corpses here, specifically so that no one would be able to use the red. However, Renove was right. Virgilia always thought of Beatrice first. A slightly displeased expression rose to Gop's face, as she saw that the corpses she'd gone to such lengths to hide had now been confirmed dead in red. However, in the end, she remembered that she was only a guest and shrugged.
なぜガープに死体を隠させたのですか？
今回のわらわのゲームはすでに碑文が解かれている。
It is very different.
普段とは変わっておる。今は夏日に仕え、夏日を守ることを目的にしているのだ。
Wonder what the point even is of following the epitaph murders. If it's been solved. Like, I know obviously Beato isn't doing the murders.
彼らの死体を隠蔽
Is it
する
just
ことが
because
どう
Lambda
夏
and
日を守る
Baron
のです
Castle feel the need to go along with that? Or is there some other reason? I feel like there's more to it than just tradition.
向こうの手は大体読めてるの。多分これは夏日を追い詰めるための罠。おそらく第一の番のアリバイを突き詰めていくと、夏日以外の全員にアリバイが現れるのよ。
夏日様は昨べは最初に親族会議を抜けられ、その後はお部屋で一人でお
That's
休
true.
みで
Natsuhi
した
was alone for a lot of that
お
time.
気の毒なことに朝までアリ
Which
バイ
means
が
she
全
can't
く
have
あ
an
りません
alibi. Hello, Tay958. I am doing well.
金蔵の存在は
We're hanging out here in
すでに
episode
警報の
5. It's been going good so far.
しかし一つだけそれを打ち破る手が敵に残されている。
なるほど。夏日を
Naruhodo.
追い詰め、金蔵は存在しないと自白させるわけですね。
敵の
Natsuhi
狙い
does
は
tend to crack
そ
under
の中
pressure.
で親族会議をめぐる駒たちの動きから
They got her to
我
admit
々たち
a
はい
bunch
ち
of
早く
things in
夏
that
日の
one
孤
scene.
立を察知し
It used to be Taeron 100. I think I remember. I think I remember that name, yeah.
その罠に気づきこうして手を打ったのだ。
We made Kenzo up. It was all a fabrication. This one was made up by a writer.
全員にアリバイがある。運搬者は存在しない。魔女の存在を主張しつつ、同時に死亡説自体にも疑問を投じることで、夏日をギリギリ容疑者から逃すことができるわ
つまり夏日様は実は死んだふりだったと主張することが可能ということです。
Right. That's really silly, but sure.
いとこ部
I
屋
always think the
で
playing
大
dead
き
thing
な
sounds really
確
silly.
実に確認している
But I
に
mean,
も
I guess if the corpses aren't there, you can't say it's not possible.
確認など赤き真実に
It's not
到
the
底
same.
及ばぬ。彼らがいくら確かな死亡を見たと主張しようとも人間界に赤き真実
There's no
は
such
存
thing
在
as
しない
absolute truth in the human world.
死体が存在しない以上夏日は彼らのその言い分を見間違いトリックもしくは彼らが全員嘘をついているなどでいくらでも延々と言い逃れが可能なのだ。
I don't know how much time that'll buy for Natsuhi before her family just decides to start beating her with sticks.
赤き真実なき人間界においてはパーペチュアルチェックは
Perpetual
最も有効な一手。
延々と相手を否定し合っての水かけ論。千日手。美しくないわ。
ですがしかし美しさとは勝利の先に望むもの、勝利を得ぬ者が欲すれば
Not
どこ
but
にしか
poison.
ありませんよ。
勝てば官軍というでな。
私にとっては美しくなくても、航海者の魔女たちはそれを退屈しないと
Voyager
好む
witches? Is that what she's using to talk refer to Lambda and Baron?
なるほど。今回のゲームの流れを把握しました。
Voyager is an interesting title.
随分といやらしいものにな
It
りそ
will
うで
get
す
very nasty. Things are gonna get fucked up.
100も承知よ。そして私たちはすでに夏日がこれからさらなる罠に誘い込まれるだろうことを知っている。
罠。
ラムダデルタ教が生み出す19年前の男を名乗る何者かがすでに夏日を脅迫している。
Yeah, some fucked up stepson or
もうじきの
whatever.
午後1時にとある客室のクローゼットの中に入り息を潜めよと
Oh,
命
that's
じてい
right.
るの。
That hasn't happened yet, I don't think.
クラウスを人質に取られ夏日は逆らえん。
なるほど。必要ですね。かばいきれますか。
無論よ。何しろ夏日は犯人ではないのだからな。いくら犯人扱いしようとも真実も幻想も我らに味方する。負ける道理などないわ。
She seems very confident that Natsuki is not the culprit. Oh! Natsuki threw her cup of tea on the ground in protest, expressing the anger that flowed throughout her entire body.
それはどういう意味ですか？私が
Oh, are we
疑わしいと
catching
いう
up
の
to
です
the
か？
are we catching up to the present finally?
先に抜けられて自室に戻り、朝まで
I think that we might be catching up.
話は賜りました。しかし、それを
Because
証明してい
when
ただかない
Battler
と
joined in, they were all accusing
アリバイにはならないと申し上げてる
Natsuki.
のです。
証明？どうやって？
どうやってでも結構です。客観的にあなたには犯行が不可能だったと証明してもらえれば結構なのです。他の皆さんは協力してくださっています。
I think Erica uses the word objectively like a gaming Nintendo YouTuber uses the word
ナ
objectively.
ツシさんもそう邪険にされず、どうかアリバイとその証拠を示してもらいたいと思いまして。
そうよ。夏日姉さんには丸一晩の空白時間があるのよ。
It's suspicious.
先に休むと
She
言って
can't deny that
帰る
it's
のを
kind of
抜けゲストハウ
suspicious.
スへ行き、
Guest
ジョージた
house.
ちを襲ったかもしれない。バカなことを言わないでください。どうして私がジョージ君を、そして何より自分の娘を殺さなくてはならないというのですか？
You were breaking out in hives. You haven't seen Eva for so long. Is it like how Travis Touchdown gets headaches if he doesn't watch Char's counterattack every couple months?
落ち着いて。
I understand. I understand your feelings. I love seeing toxic milfs too. I'm fueled by toxic milfs. We all love them. Look, all three of them are here right now. These are all of our toxic milfs, except Rosa. Rosa might be too toxic for some.
私たちは等しく疑われてる
They're all here.
わ。悲しいけど、潔白の証明は各々がしなくてはならない。
ああ、俺たちだって疑いを晴らそうと必死に昨夜のアリバイ立証に頭を悩ませてるんだ
Milf
ぜ。
Manor, Ro Konjima. Oh no, that would be horrible.
夏日さんかて疑われて面白
That
い
would be
は
the
ずもあらへん。
worst.
悔しいと思うなら自分の潔白を証明する何かを探すのが先決とちゃうか。
I've seen some clips from that show. It looks absolutely horrid. The relatives spoke as though they were all under equal suspicion, but the mood about the place hadn't felt so peaceful. Erika was still in the middle of confirming all of the facts, but except for Natsuhi, who was uncooperative when it came to proving alibis, everyone else had an alibi that was reasonably credible. Only Natsuhi, who claimed that even being suspected was an insult, was uncooperative with Erika, and her position began to grow more and more perilous. The parlor was no longer a place of comfort for Natsuhi, and the sound of the cup smashing had made that decisive.
バカバカしいことです。どうして娘を失った私が疑われるのですか？私が昨夜一人
I mean, a lot of people over here have lost a
犯人と決めつけよう
child.
とする悪意。こんな屈辱にはこれ以上耐えられません。
A lot of people in this room have lost children.
耐えられなきゃどうするの？あなたの無実を証明するアリバイを何か示してみせなさいよ。
Sumisayo.
そんなものないくせにジョージを返してこの人殺し。
Okay, I do think we're catching up to the present now.
予算買えば。
I think this is the scene
あん
we
たも少し
Battler butted
疲れて
in.
るんや。もちろんそれはわしらもや。少し楽にせんか。
だな。俺たちは少し気を張りすぎだ。
夏日おばさん、どこ行くんだ？
アリバイ探しも犯人探しも実に滑稽です。台風が過ぎ警察が来れば全てが白日のもとにさらされるのです。私たちが探偵ごっこをする理由など何もない。違いますか？
She's kind
エ
of
リカさん。
she's got a point.
一般論的にはそうですね。ですが、私にはそれをする権限がありますので。
Who gave her that authority? No one asked. It was an authority given by words of power from a higher world, so the pieces weren't even allowed to doubt it.
私は退出します。警察が来るまで皆さんのくだらない問答にも付き合うつもりはありません。
I think it's interesting that like the tropes of a story were like I said before in detective stories, people tend to just go along with the detective being there instead of telling them to fuck off. I like how that's kind of like a meta thing in this, where like the characters in the story literally can't tell the detective to fuck off.
私を疑うならどうぞご自由に。
I think that's fun.
それを疑い晴らすことも私は警察に委ねますので。
It may be a bit late to mention this, but then again, I suppose this happens every time anyway. As usual, the phone couldn't connect to the police. Natsuki said the police would be coming, but that wasn't exactly true. Strictly speaking, the boat would come tomorrow, and they would use the radio on that boat to contact the police. Well, it's not like I'll let everyone live that long anyway. Thank you, Lambda. Thanks for that interlude. You wonder if that trope is because readers will assume someone is guilty for being Rita the detective? I think partially, but mostly it's just like, a suspension of disbelief. Like, if everybody was just like, no, we don't want you here to the private detective, then the story just wouldn't happen. I think it's just partially a suspension of disbelief thing. It's just kind of one of those things you have to accept as, it's a piece of fiction, so don't think about it too hard.
それも立派な証明かもよ。これで夏日姉さんが自室で殺されてたりしたら、それも立派な無実の証明
And
だわ。
it's kind of fun how that's codified into the like the laws of the world in this visual novel.
よせよ姉貴、夏日さんも俺たちも少し一服した方が
Stop
いい
being
だ
a
ろう。
bitch, Aniki.
明日まで体が持たねえぞ。
一服はしても油断はせず。ね。明日どころか今夜も越せないかもしれないわ。
夏日おばさん、部屋へ帰るならしっかり施錠して、まだも鎧戸を閉めて。俺は誰も疑いたくない。
Yes, we'd hate for anything bad for you to happen, and not simply to use
そしてそれ以上に
this against you when later we find your room is empty and like things are
誰にも
open.
犠牲になってほしくない。
I know, you've said this many times, Vatler.
ありがとう、バトラ君。では、私は部屋に戻ります。ゴーダ、あとは任せますよ。お客様に
I'm leaving Goda in
このような状
charge.
況では
Imagine saying you're gonna
ご
leave
不自由を
Goda in
おかけしないよ
charge.
うに。
はい、奥様、心得ております。
Goda, you're the man of the house. With everyone watching her, Natsuhi left the parlor. From their faces, she could tell that they were expecting the classic mystery pattern, that the first person to quarrel and leave the circle would become the next victim. Natsuhi couldn't disobey because of the threat against Kraus, who had been taken hostage. Very soon it would be that promised time, 1 p.m. She was to hide for an hour in the closet of a specific guest room. That's true. I'm pretty sure Agatha Christie did write a story like that, Swiner Pig, where it's like everyone did it, sort of. It was easy to suspect that this bizarre order was a trap to select her as the next sacrifice. Umineko is heavily inspired by Agatha Christie mysteries, especially, what was it? And Then There Were None. That was it. And Then There Were None. And Then There Were None is literally the, like, prototypical everybody's trapped on an island mystery story. She thought of various ways to resist, but all methods would be useless against a culprit who had a hostage and was observing her from close by. So Natsuhi could do nothing but obediently follow that order, and then claim that she'd been forced to do this for her husband's safety. When the promised time had drawn near, Natsuhi had intentionally acted annoyed and smashed the cup on the ground to give her an excuse for slipping out of the parlor. At any rate, no matter how cowardly a trap it may be, I cannot disobey now. I am now the one who carries the burden of the one-winged eagle. Now that my husband, Kraus, has been captured, I must protect it even if I have to crawl through the mud. Of course, I am prepared to do so. I am Ushiromiya Natsuhi. Even if I am not permitted to bear the one-winged eagle on my clothes, Father gave me permission to bear it in my heart. which is basically the same thing, right? If somebody says you symbolically have a status, but don't actually have the status, it's basically the same thing. I managed to get this far by plausibly dashing away in rage. It's funny how she's like, I'll just pretend to be really upset. People expect that from me. So far, everything has gone well. Before my eyes was the doorknob of the specified guest room. However, I wonder if it's locked. The servants are normally ordered to lock any unused rooms. What will I do if it's locked? I had dashed away from the others, pretending I was returning to my room. Popping back in and asking a servant to unlock this guest room would be obviously suspicious. If I can, I'd like to get this eerie hide-and-seek over that's weird. That must be a typo. Without anyone noticing. In that phone call from the one who claimed to be the man from 19 years ago, he said I would win if no one found out, but lose if anyone did find out. He said my husband would release whether I lost or won, but as a person with a hostage taken against me, I'd rather not lose. I don't like it at all, but I have to go along with this game. When I softly gripped the doorknob, I could feel that it was unlocked. Did Shannon or Kumasawa forget to lock it after cleaning? Or did that man unlock it in advance? That man. Couldn't he be waiting for me in this room? Could he? And then, all that about hide and seek might have been a mere excuse. I kept that fat guy was coming here a secret, and all the others think I'm resting in my room. If I were to be killed in this situation, it might create a new baffling murder case, like an extension of the one that occurred this morning. Well, it might be better for me to die. You know, you gotta appreciate the gumption on Natsuhi sometimes. Natsuhi had some experience with using a Naginata, though only casually. Unlike Eva, she couldn't brag about being able to hold off any single ruffian indefinitely. It's funny that a Naginata is so specific. As she was now, she had no realistic chance of challenging a man with malicious intent and winning. I'm sure no one will be in there, so it's not a big deal. She readied herself and slowly opened the door. She couldn't just stand around in the corridor and risk being seen by someone. The atmosphere inside the guest room was frigid, and she could sense no trace of anyone waiting impatiently for her. All she could hear was the unsettling sounds of the wind and rain. Excuse me. It plays into the Shrine Maiden aesthetic. Is Nazi supposed to have a Shrine Maiden aesthetic? I never really got that. At first, this seemed to prove that there was no one here to threaten her, but soon, it only made an uneasy feeling rise up inside her even more strongly than before. The closet was just off to the side of anyone entering the room. Lined up inside it was a set of hangers for coats. Her family are Shinto priests? You know what? I think that was mentioned before and I just forgot. I think I just forgot that detail. Yeah, that's right. It was like a Shinto mirror she gives to Jessica. Yeah. Because it's meant to be similar to the one that Shannon smashed. This closet, which had nothing hanging in it, was large enough for even an adult to hide in. Very good. She softly opened the closet. Of course, there was nothing inside. She would have to hide quietly in here for an hour. The room had a wooden floor, but something like a carpet had been laid in the closet. It seemed sitting down wouldn't be a problem. She had been sure someone would be waiting for her in this room, or that a strange letter would be lying in the closet. In the worst case, she'd even imagined that her husband's corpse might be inside there. However, none of these things she imagined turned out to be true. Chris Wolfhart rating me with nice 69 viewers. Thank you for the raid, Chris. I'll give you a little shout out. Thank you. There's a lot of Wigglies in the chat now. Wiggly Chris's. I think Chris was playing one of the Saints Row games, the fourth one, I think, because that's the one with the weird superpowers. Thank you for the raid, Chris. As you can see, we're reading more Umineko, as I've been doing for the past couple weeks since we jumped into the answer arcs. What has happened in the last hour? We're at the part where Natsu is hiding in the closet. Not even metaphorically, it's a literal thing. Somebody, the man from 19 years ago told her to hide in the closet, so that's what she's gonna do. And a lifeless closet that silently urged her to enter. You just gotta hang out in the closet for an hour. Surely nothing bad will happen in that 60 minutes. Oh yeah, Erica also had a very funny meltdown, yeah. She like started screaming at the sky and then sat down and went, "I'm normal. I'm eating my salad with chopsticks." Natsuhi shrugged, turned around, and then locked and chained the guest room door. I don't think he said locking the door was illegal, so... This surely must be a total victory in the hide-and-seek game against that mystery man. However, it was such an easy victory, it made her feel uneasy. Normally, this would be against the rules of hide-and-seek. Even if she had won, wouldn't this displease the culprit? And now, everyone thought she had returned to her room. If they found a room with a chain set, that would make it an impossible closed room to them. Erica had dashed throughout the mansion to confirm alibis or something. If she noticed that the chain was set on this room, there would probably be an uproar that would end in them cutting the chain and searching the room. If that happened, Natsuhi would be found hiding in the closet right away. It would be easy to honestly confess as to why she'd been hiding. However, that man had insisted that she'd not reveal that. If she did talk, she might endanger her husband, who is definitely alive. Thinking of it that way, setting the chain, no, even the lock, might be a bad idea. That's right. This room was unlocked when I came here. If it were to suddenly become locked, it's conceivable that it might catch someone's attention. Man, Natsu is like an expert in second-guessing herself. It's better if I don't do anything unnecessary. That man only told me to hide. Now, if she gets out of the closet and unchains the door, does that, like, reset the clock? I hate doing it, but I cannot disobey. I undid those two precious locks, went into the dimly lit closet filled with the smell of old wood, and managed to close the door from the inside. Pitch black. It reminded me of when I was young, when I used to hide somewhere and then surprise my mother. But that peaceful recollection wasn't enough to kill off my anxiety. It really is pitch black. From here, I won't even be able to check my watch to see if an hour has passed. I'll probably need to open the door a crack every once in a while to let in enough light for my watch. For now, I'll crouch down here. I thought about clutching my knees, but it hurt my back when I tried. I'm not as young as I used to be. Even though I was made to sit on the floor holding my knees in every PE class as a grade schooler, I now have to struggle just to sit down. Just crouching down here for an hour will probably hurt a lot. Oh, her back. I'm so old. I don't look old. I look 30 at most, and my boobs are huge. Oh, poor me. I can't believe I'll be hiding in the darkness for a full hour with nothing to hear except for the wind and rain. Ironically, Natsu had made Jessica do the exact same thing in the past. She had done it when Jessica was a little girl to scold her for her persistent bad habits and teach her a lesson. She'd thought that making Jessica stay put in the darkness would sprout a desire to reflect on her mistakes. And that, this way, she would understand what she had done wrong. Man, that was a stupid thing to do. This sort of thing tends to make children more rebellious. It almost feels like I'm being made to do the same thing. And now your daughter's dead, so really that's... I don't know, you must feel like an idiot right now, Natsu. If that's the true purpose of this hide-and-seek... This must be my naivete. That hope that if their goal is to make me repent, nothing will happen here during this hour. Uncertainty and fear of that man's shadow are not what I need right now. Will someone suddenly come to this room, open this closet, and do something horrible to me now that I've come here in total secrecy as I promised? That's what I thought I should be worried about. The culprit, or one of his accomplices, is very close by. If they weren't, they wouldn't be able to observe me so thoroughly. I don't want to think it, but it's highly likely that the culprit bought off one of the servants. The culprit hid an eerie card with Autumn written on it in my room. It's Goda. Goda's the culprit. It's always him. Goda's murdered everyone in every episode so far. It's the only way that makes sense. My personal room is always locked. That trick wouldn't have been possible without a key. Instead of believing that they obtained the key when the servants weren't looking, it's much more realistic to assume that one of the servants lent the culprit a hand. Yeah, magical golden chef. It's like the Iron Chef, but magic.
私の好きな季節が秋だと。気持ちが悪い。
The thought that this mystery man might be peeking into my heart sent goosebumps running across my whole body. It's true that I like autumn, but I've never said it out loud. I don't think anyone's ever heard me say it. If I asked even my husband what my favorite season is, he probably would be stumped for an answer. No. Just once, I told it to a single person. That's right. Shannon. Uh-oh. On an autumn day long ago, I happened to be in a good mood, and I mentioned that autumn was my favorite of the 4 seasons. So the culprit, or one of their accomplices, has to be Shannon.
私が秋を好きだというのはシャノンしか知り得ないこと。
Dissension in the ranks.
これはシャノンが関わっているという明白な証拠ではありません。
Yes, your extremely reliable memories.
それをあの秋というカードが証明しています。なんということ。10年にもわたり当家の世話になりながら。
I trembled and shook with rage. Didn't Kinzo once say that anger is the fastest sedative to cure fear and uncertainty? I don't think you should be listening to Kinzo's advice on that matter. It's easy to tell the most fearful humans from within a crowd. They're always the first to get angry. I remember him telling me that. So I realized that this anger was a sign that I was actually frightened, and I tried my best to remain calm. However, this is a vital clue for turning things around. Some sort of turnabout, if you will. Shannon may not be reliable as a servant, but if she's an accomplice used by that mystery man, this might actually be convenient. I like how Natsuki just like casually all the time is like, I think Shannon sucks. A weak-willed girl. If I threaten her, she'll probably spill the name of the mastermind in an instant. I'll secretly tell the police about this. It might become a big clue towards arresting the culprit.
あのカードで私を驚かし、うまく手綱を取れたつもりだったのでしょうが、むしろ墓穴を掘ったようですね。
I never told anyone except Shannon that I like autumn. That is okay, so it's in red. Alright, so that must mean it's true. This is unshakable proof that she's working with the culprit. Though I once thought that this time in the closet would crush me with uncertainty and uneasiness, it's actually given me the start of a counterattack. If I wasn't given this time in the darkness, I probably wouldn't have noticed this. I'm almost grateful to the culprit for making up this foolish game. My mood brightened. I still can't guarantee that my husband is safe, but I'll definitely get him back and force the culprit to face judgment. I clenched my fists tightly, and further strengthened my resolve to avoid losing this fight at any cost. Uh-oh! At that time, I heard the sudden sound of someone trying to force the locked door open, and my heart leapt.
なんや、開いとったんか。
Oh, it's Hideyoshi, alright. The voice was Hideyoshi's. I heard that quiet voice as though he was talking to himself coming from what was probably the hallway. Apparently, he had thought it was locked and tried to unlock it, but he had ended up locking the unlocked door instead. Has this ever happened to you? Once again, there was the sound of the lock turning, and now the door opened with a faint sound. Why is Hideyoshi-san in this room? Footsteps that sounded like his came in, and there was a sound of him closing and locking the door behind him. Ooh, I bet he's gonna say some incriminating stuff to himself right now. Then came what seemed to be the sound of him setting the chain. Don't tell me, Hideyoshi-san is the mastermind? Or else an accomplice? Is he planning to do something to me in this room? It would take some time to unlock the door from this side, much less remove the chain. If Hideyoshi-san doesn't intend to let me escape from here, he won't give me enough time to undo the chain. In that case, if he opens the closet door and sees me crouching here pathetically, What kind of fearsome words will he say? Yeah, it was him. He was the baby from 19 years ago. I don't want to be found. I don't want to be found. I beg you, pass right on by the closet door. Please keep going into the center of the room. My head was so filled with a throbbing sound that it felt like it was about to explode, and I almost missed hearing his noisy footsteps. So when I heard a clunking sound coming from the center of the room, I finally realized that he passed by the closet and was deeply relieved.
念のためや。どうせこの天気じゃ夜と変わらんわ。
Oh. As he whispered, he did something that made a clunking sound. He was probably closing the shutters on the windows. Just in case. In case I try to escape out the window? No, that can't be it. That's right. When I left the parlor, everyone was talking about possibly taking a break. After all, several murders have occurred. And the weather's bad. There'd be nothing abnormal if someone chose to rest in a guest room here instead of returning to the guest house. In that case, locking up and closing the shutters to guarantee safety is the proper course of action to take. When he finished closing the shutters, there was a thunk as though he'd flopped over on the bed. Hideyoshi's just sleepy. He's a big guy. He uses a lot of energy. He's got to take a nap. Also, his son has been murdered. That sucks. It was surprising by how much of the situation could be grasped just by the sound. What's going on here? Did the man from 19 years ago plan all this out to put me in the same room as Hideyoshi-san? No, that probably isn't true. He probably planned on me hiding here, but Hideyoshi-san coming to take a rest here must have been outside the scope of his plan. Thinking about it that way, having him in the room might be odd, but it also might guarantee my own safety. Unlike his wife, Hideyoshi-san is the kind of person I can talk to. If Eva-san comes, things will probably get complicated. Maybe I should slip out of this closet now while he's still alone, reveal everything to just him, and ask for help. But if I do that, my husband might be killed. Until my husband is released, I shouldn't do anything rash. It's like I said, nobody second guesses themselves like Natsuki. She's like triple and quadruple guessing herself right now. She's got a lot of thoughts in her head. That's why it hurts so much. I would never have so many thoughts in my head that it hurts. I've got people to handle the extra thinking that would make my head hurt. Should I go in and talk or hide in here? Moaning from my headache and biting my lower lip, I resisted the urge to crawl out of here. Even if I talked with Hideyoshi-san, I don't know where my husband is being held. I'm sure the traitor who's observing me is nearby. Just talking to him won't solve everything. I suspect that Shannon is the traitor, but that's no proof that Goda and the others aren't. It's all useless. Zen zen, dame daze. I guess leaving here and confessing is too dangerous after all. Eventually, I heard a strange, sobbing voice. Whose voice was it? I strained my ears, trying to hear that strange voice, and was shocked to discover that it was Hideyoshi weeping. I don't know if that's that shocking. His son just got murdered. I might be evil and completely lack empathy, but I can understand why he would be upset. Hideyoshi, who had lost his only son, was finally able to shed tears and cry, now that he was all alone like this. Thinking that he needed to support Eva in her distress, he acted as though he alone was standing firm. However, he has as good a right to cry as anyone. Well, this is a new song. And now that he's found a place where no one can see his tears, he finally let himself do it. And I've lost my daughter. I haven't seen her corpse with my own eyes, so it still doesn't really feel like she's dead. But if the one who carried her off was the culprit, and he had some repulsive motive for doing it, just thinking about it makes it feel as though my chest will tear itself apart. The reason I'm hiding in here now is that I'm thinking more about my still living husband than my dead daughter. But if I were given the chance, I'd be willing at the top of my lungs too. However, I still cannot let myself do that. It isn't because of the man from 19 years ago told me to hide. It's because I'm the final head of the Ushiromiya family. Ooh, gold! It's been completely overshadowed by the recent uproar, But last night, Battler-kun found the hidden gold and even gained the head's ring from that mysterious envelope. At the very, very end, when it's all over, I probably won't be able to prevent his ascension to the head. And when everything regarding the distribution of the inheritance is revealed, the Ushiromiya family honor and glory passed down from father will plummet to the earth. So, I am the final head. Battler-kun will probably inherit the remaining wealth of the Ushiromiya family. However, its history and honor will all end with my generation. Therefore, I am the final head. I must not cry. Not yet. Until I get my husband back and avenge my daughter, I will not be allowed to shed tears. In the closet, I silently hung my head as I listened to Hideyoshi-san's sobs. Uh-oh. Huh? My heart leapt. I heard a sound that must have been Hideyoshi-san, who had been probably lying prostrate in the bed, bounding to his feet. Did he notice me? Uh-oh. Hideyoshi? He was clearly in a struggle with someone. Who on earth could it be? No, it doesn't matter who it is. It's probably the culprit, and they're probably trying to take Hideyoshi-san's life. Shouldn't I jump out of here and help him? If I can't help him, shouldn't I call for help? No, but if I do something like that, I'll be questioned about why I was hiding there. However, if Hideyoshi-san gets killed like this... No, now isn't the time to be saying that. At this rate, he'll certainly be killed. I'll jump out of here and help him right now. But if I do that, even if I can save Hideyoshi-san, I might be abandoning my husband's life. Hideyoshi-san's life and my husband's life. How sinful it would be to try and weigh those against each other. At that time, there was a loud sound as the door opened and the chain was pulled tight. Someone was trying to open the door despite the chain being set. Uh-oh! Oh boy, there's gonna be there's a lot of trouble. Alright, well, you hesitated, like, way too long, Nazi. Now he's definitely dead. She opened and closed the door over and over again with all her might, but of course, she couldn't snap the chain. Eva-san called for help in a loud voice and raced through the hallway. Yeah, I was like, boy, I wonder what could happen in a room where Nazi is alone in the closet. I wonder what would happen that would be bad for her specifically in this situation. By this time, the room had settled back into silence, and that earlier sense of Hideyoshi being in a noisy struggle had disappeared completely. What's going on here? So, right now, I'm in the same room as the murderer who killed Hideyoshi-san? In that case, the culprit should try to escape from the room as soon as possible. So why are they hiding in here? I haven't heard anything. Nothing that might have been the culprit who attacked Hideyoshi-san rushing away. No matter how much I strain my ears, I can't sense anyone in the room. In fact, it's so silent that it makes what happened just a second ago feel like an illusion. In other words, does this mean that the culprit is hiding his breath, standing just outside this closet, waiting for me to stumble out? I don't even know what I should be scared of anymore. If only I could just melt away into the darkness of this closet. I mustn't remain in this room any longer. I get the feeling I have more to worry about than just my personal safety. But what should I do? I don't even know if it's a good idea to leave this closet. Eventually, the clamor of many rushing footsteps approached. I'll hold my breath again and melt away into the darkness of the closet. Nazi, I think this is bad. Every idea presented in this last page or two has been kind of a bad one, I think. I would have fucking leapt out that window. Ava dashed back, bringing everyone with her. Goto was gripping some wire cutters to cut the chain with. After trying to open the door again and confirming that the chain was still set, she yelled through the crack in the door. Goto stuck the large wire cutter, which looked like it could slice off a whole finger, through the crack of the door, and easily severed the chain. As soon as it was severed, Ava pushed Goda aside and dashed in. The others tried to follow her, but they bumped into Ava, who had fallen to her knees, moaning. So even though they couldn't tell much of what was going on inside the room, they could tell by Ava's moans that they were too late. Alright, nobody opened that closet.
今見ます。
嘘だろ。秀吉おじさんが休むって出てって10分かそこいらだってのに。
お風呂場には誰もいない？
はい。誰もおりません。
Unfortunately, Kyrie is like one of the smartest people in this entire story, so I get the feeling this closet is gonna get investigated. Good whale. Nanja stood up, hanging his head sadly. It was only natural, because anyone, even if they weren't a doctor, would think that at a glance. Hideyoshi was lying face down on the bed, and stuck deep into his back was something like a blade with an intricate demonic design on it. When Ava pulled it out with all her might, they could tell that it wasn't a blade, but some kind of stake, and its sharp tip had penetrated nearly 15 centimeters in. It had probably dug deep into the lungs. If it had been stuck in any harder, the tip might have even pierced all the way through to the surface of his chest. He was eepy. He needed a cry sesh. It's healthy to cry, but not healthy to die.
多分犯人は俺たちが油断してばらけるのを待ってたんだろうな。
畜生め、まだ血が足りねえってのかよ。
There's never enough blood.
やはりこの屋敷のどこかに隠れていて私たちを狙っているのでしょうか。
それよりおかしいわ。この部屋は戸締まりが完璧なのよ。
Yeah, they were locked from the inside, which means the killer is still in the room with us.
確かに鎧戸もすべて閉まってますし、扉には。
Yeah, I know this is an excellently well done frame job on Natsuhi here. Who'd have expected this outcome of being told to hide in a room alone for an hour? Definitely didn't see this coming.
それはおかしいではありませんか。それじゃ犯人はどうやってこのお部屋の秀吉様を襲ったというんですか。
扉の隙間からこの杭を投げて刺したとか。
その隙間から秀吉さんのベッドは完全に四角。
Ah, yeah, it's similar to the second Twilight in the first episode.
銃を使ったって殺せやしない。おかしな話になったわ。密室殺人。
Ah, yes. Alright, don't say that. Don't say that out loud, Kirei. You know it'll immediately summon Erika, and she'll start acting crazy.
密室殺人。
そうと決めつけるのは早いぞ。
Oh, I know why. I know that Krause's life being threatened is why Natsuki did it. I'm just like, man, I totally saw this coming. From an outsider's perspective.
風呂場の天井を外して天井裏に逃げた。
The ceiling. He's in your walls.
鎧戸が実は外からでも閉められる。
鎧戸は外からはびくともしませんでした。
Hi, Erika.
確認してきました。
Hello, Erika.
エリコ。
It's no wonder everything felt so quiet and relaxed. At some point, Erika had split from the group. Just now, she had finally arrived and poked her face in from the hallway. When she heard that a crime had occurred in this room, she had watched everyone rush towards the room but circled around to the outer wall herself. And she had gone all by herself to check that the shutter was down on the window, that you couldn't do anything with it from the outside, and that there was nothing out of the ordinary.
室内は
It would be funny if Erica was framing people the whole time. I feel like that's too obvious, right? Well, I forget which number it is, but one of the Noxes is that the detective cannot be the culprit. They said that in red too.
そういう言い方はねえだろ。
お悔やみ申し上げます。で、室内の状況は？
Number 7, that's the one.
扉にはチェーンがかかっていて、私たちは切断して入ったわ。
そして窓にはすべて鎧戸。
How perfect. How perfectly closed room.
奥は何を揉めてるんです？
Ava was arguing with Nanjo about something. Apparently, she wanted to carry the corpse to the parlor. Nanjo tried to calm her, saying that they should leave the crime scene as untouched as possible until the police came.
ジョージたちの死体はそうしたらどうなったの？犯人にどこかへ持っていかれちゃったのよ。
Yeah, to be fair, the crime scenes have already been disturbed.
犯人は殺すだけじゃ飽き足らず、遺体にまで何か無体なことをするつもりなのかもしれない。だからダメ。ここへ主人を一人ぼっちで残していくなんて。
The hubby.
絶対ダメ。
Ava does have a point. After all, the victims before now have all been carried away after we were shown their terrible wounds.
エリカちゃん、現場をそのままで保存したいだろうね。今回はちょいと折れてもらうぜ。
どうぞご勝手に。私にとって
I was expecting her to say no.
金蔵さんの書斎よりはるかにまともな密室が出現したことだけです。死体には興味ありませんので。
I guess that makes sense,
どうぞ
though.
ご自由になさってください。
Battler's expression was clearly unhappy, but she ignored him completely.
搬出していただいて結構ですよ。それとも私が邪魔ですか？
Erica backed away from the door to open a path. She showed no traces of any sadness for the dead. Her eyes simply blazed with the thoughts of this closed-room murder that had happened. In any event, the great detective had given her permission. Ava and some others wrapped Hideyoshi up in the sheets, and Goda and Rudolph carried him out. The sheets were quickly stained red. It was so painful to see that Shannon and Kumasawa stripped the blanket off the bed to further cover the corpse.
ほら、起き上がれ。
どいてますよ。
客前運ぼう。
I am out of the way, though.
はい。
What are you, 10?
あなた。あなた。いいこと？みんな。
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off, Ava. I didn't mean to cut off your ghastly wails of sadness.
これからは常に団体行動。絶対に孤立してはダメ。
Who gets the shotgun this time?
犯人は源氏さんを襲った時点でマスターキーを得ているはずだ。
I guess the last few episodes there were like 4 shotguns, so maybe we can spread them out again.
世情がもはや安全を保証しないことは明白だぞ。
しかしチェーンまでされていたのにどうやって？
不可能だ。鎧戸もチェーンロックもしっかりかかっていた。マスターキーが
Battler finally gets one. That would be
あの部屋
fun.
に押し入るのは不可能だ。
とベアトリーチェ様の仕業ですよ。
Ooh. I love it when Kumasawa was like, "Ooh."
碑文は解かれ、すでに儀式の意味は失われたはず。
わかるものか。こんなの魔女にしか不可能だ。
魔女にしか不可能ですか。
Good.
いい響きです。
エリカちゃん、話を聞いてる？
No,
私たちは
she's
こ
all
れから
wrapped
全
up in
体
her
行
own
動っ
thing.
て決まったわ。私たちはまず秀吉さんの遺体を客前へ運ぶ。探偵ごっこはそれからにしない？
She's so grumpy. When she heard the words playing detective, Erica grimaced visibly. Then everyone stumbled out, and she took a single step into the now empty guest room. Looked around and burned that scene into her eyes. Erica claimed to have a photographic memory. If that was true, those few seconds were more than enough for her. Later on, she could sip black tea in the parlor while perusing the photograph of the scene inside her memory. playing the part of an armchair detective. Then, suddenly her eyes stopped on the closet off to the side. Whoopsie! A closet for hanging overcoats. If it was large enough to fit a coat on a hanger, a person should be able to hide in it. Slowly, Erica stretched her hand out towards the closet. Erica's shoulder was grabbed roughly from behind. Ooh, interrupted. Intercepted! Whenever I go traveling, someone dies. That's a weird thing to say, Erica. That's a weird thing to say, that someone always dies around you. Rudolph told them to hurry. After clicking her tongue and glaring at the closet, Erica followed Battler back to the parlor for the time being. The sound of their footsteps finally faded. That time of terror, when I feared that even the dripping of the cold sweat covering my cheeks might be noticed, had finally ended. Natsuki gets lucky. She's real lucky this time. With my hand that still couldn't stop trembling, I slowly opened the closet door and dashed out into the hallway. It's okay, no one's found me. Still, it's a good thing they didn't lock the door. If they had, I wouldn't be able to lock it behind me after I left, and they'd find that suspicious. Anyway, I should leave this place. Then I'll return to my room and pretend that I was sleeping the whole time. Yes, if I don't get back soon, a new murder has occurred. They'll probably try to tell me about it. And they'll probably do it shortly after they carry Hideyoshi-san's corpse back to the parlor. I can get around a phone call by saying I was asleep and didn't notice, but they come knocking directly, that'll be bad. I have to get back quickly before they try to force their way in. I don't know whether I should run all out noisily, hide my footsteps, and walk in secret, or walk around normally as though nothing has happened. At the very least, it'll be bad if I bump into them on their way back to the parlor. Anyway, I'll head to my room, at a quick pace, without being noticed by anyone. Hopefully this works out for her. I pass through the hallway, to the lobby. If I go up the big staircase in the lobby, my room is just a little bit... Up! Surprise Erica attack! Just as she was about to go up the large staircase, Natsuki heard Erica call out to her, and was so surprised that she visibly jumped. Why were you downstairs when you of upstairs in the cold food out the oven? Erica coldly pointed out this strange fact. Natsuki cursed her bad luck. She is a worrier, you gotta admit it. It's a weird roundabout insult. Normally, since Erica was clearly making fun of her, Natsuki might have looked annoyed. However, right now, Natsuki was extremely relieved to hear Erica admit that this sort of thing happened a lot. She's like totally trying to get Natsuki to slip up here. She's like trying to get her Natsuki to sound like she already knows what's going on. Erica's probing gaze peered deep into Natsuki's eyes. She could tell. Erica already suspected Natsuki. Judging by the subtle nuance in her words, she must be planning to make me slip up and reveal that I know about the crime with Hideyoshi, when I supposedly haven't been told about it yet. Natsuki played dumb and asked what had happened again. Heh. Yes, how it is a very lucky coincidence for Natsuki that just makes her look more suspicious, isn't it?
そして今回もそのアリバイを証明できないわけですよね。
おっしゃっている意味がわかりません。逆を言えば私が実質にいなかったことをあなたこそどう証明されるわけですか。
おや、そうきましたか。
Good old chessboard turning.
鍵は後にしてください。皆さんに重大な話があります。
鍵を確認したら戻ります。先に始めていてください。
秀吉さんが殺されました。その件についてです。
She had planned on using the need to check her lock as an excuse to escape to her own room, after which she would have claimed to have a sudden headache and stay in bed the rest of the time. However, now that she'd been informed of Hideyoshi's murder, it would be clearly suspicious to postpone that and escape to her room. She was already under suspicion just because she'd been seen heading up the stairs to the second floor. She couldn't afford to do anything else suspicious. Natsuki gave up and headed for the parlor as Erika had urged her to do. Yeah, you know we're probing those gays. When she opened the door to the parlor, Ava's sobs poured out, and everyone glanced at Natsuki with grave faces. Those gazes almost made it look as though they suspected Natsuki. It was now painfully apparent to Natsuki. This must have been what the man was after. It was a trap to create a baffling closed-room mystery and try to frame her for it. However, she couldn't have resisted. She couldn't sacrifice her husband's life. And while it's true I hid in the closet, that's all I did. I definitely haven't committed murder. I might be extremely suspicious, but I'm not the culprit. And most importantly, I'm not under suspicion yet. I'll tell the police everything. I'll have to endure until then. I'm sure one of the servants is a traitor. Even in a situation like this, if I mention my husband being held hostage, the culprit will hear and might use it as an excuse to kill him.
ちょうど夏日さんが戻ってきてくれました。全員が揃ったところで、私から皆さんにとても重要な話があります。
Oh boy, here it comes.
重要な話？
重要な話です。最初の事件からをすべて皆さんの前で整理したいと思います。
I think this might be the scene that Battler barged in on. I think we're finally caught up to the present.
それなら他の皆さんとなさってください。私はそういうことは警察に任せるべきと思っています。関心がありません。
整理した上で重要なお話があるのです。
Because like Berncastle when he entered that scene was like, I'm just about to solve the whole thing.
あなたにも誰にも断る権利はありません。
Erika used her detective's authority to proclaim the sort of an assembly. None of the pieces could disobey. Praying that she wouldn't become the topic of conversation, Natsuki reluctantly sat on the sofa as she'd been urged to do. I've come to make an announcement. Oh, sorry. We're all gonna let's all trap each other in here. Shannon and Canon closed the door. Since it had been decided a short while ago to lock all doors and windows carefully, Canon locked it. That lock, which existed to protect the safety of this room, felt like a lock on a prison cell to Natsuki, one that would hold her in place and prevent any escape. Natsuki still hadn't noticed. Though Erika had gone into the corridor to check the crime scene in Hideyoshi's room, her goal had changed. In other words, from Erika's point of view, the sound of that lock was truly...
Checkmate.
Erika said that suddenly. Berncastle said that suddenly. Oh, really? Yeah, this is definitely the scene Battler came in on.
さあラムダ、すべての駒を集めなさい。ここからが一番面白いんじゃない。思い切り楽しみましょう。お互いどうかしらね。
Yeah, Burn's speedrunning this set of murders. She's doing a skip even. Twilight's 3 to 6 skip.
24時のゲームセットを待たずにもう仕掛けてきたとはな。ベルンカステル教名、気の早い御人よ。
相当の早仕掛けですな。この段階でもう勝てる算段があるとは。
You think so? I think it would be very funny if like Burn Castle officially proclaims Nazi as the murderer and Lambda just denies it in red. I think that would be funny.
今回は夏日や金蔵や守るものが多いわ。面倒な戦いになりそうね。
面倒な戦い、おわらわの黄金の島でこれ以上の好き勝手はさせぬわ。受けて立とうぞ、ベルンカステル教フルドエリカ。
Let's see how this goes. Probably not gonna go well for them, I don't think. Oh, we're back here. In the Golden Land, the endless rain continued to fall. Battler was nowhere to be seen. It would very soon reach the time that Battler had joined in on the 5th game, and control of the pieces would be passed on to Battler. In other words, he would only be officially added to the game now in this final stage, where Burn Castle had pinpointed the culprit. So, he had left the Arbor a short while ago. Now, the only ones in sight were Virgilia, who continued to knit silently, and Beato, who just sat there blankly amidst the smell of her black tea, not even putting the cup to her lips. Virgilia stopped knitting for a moment, and looked out across the vast golden rose garden that extended as far as the eye could see.
バトラ君は誰が犯人云々というだけのゲームなら、もう二度と屈することのない力を身につけたと言えるでしょう。
He's very obstinate.
第4のゲームまでであなたはすべてのメッセージを、つまりバトラ君はいつでもすべての
Don't tell me that! Come on! Don't tell me that! Don't tell me I could be figuring this out right now!
しかし
Don't tease me.
甘えがある。だからこのままゲームを幾百
That's
と続けたとしても
That's so maddening. You're saying badly, but what they really mean is you, the player, could also be figuring this out right now. That's so upsetting. Don't say that. I've been too obsessed with figuring out Lambda and Burn Castle. It's Ryukishi's trick. It's so funny that the game outright says by the end of the question arcs, we've laid it all out. You could figure this out at any time. There's four parts left, by the way.
永遠に解けはしない。まるで青い鳥を探すかのように。
Unfortunately, Battler is very stupid. He'll need some help. They've given me the answer in this stream? Oh no, this is so rough. And that is, you, Beatrice. It's the same for you. Even if this game continues hundreds more times, you will never reach the answer you seek for all eternity. Yeah, don't tell me. Don't tell me any more than that. You're already pushing it by saying something like that. Nothing more. You're already pushing it by telling me they've said the answer in this very stream. I don't want anything more even that vague. Burn Castle will abuse this game without a doubt. Lambda Delta will also turn this game about with the utmost arrogance. At a glance, that may be humiliating and appear to you and Battler as though the game has been stolen from you. However, that is something the two of you need right now. To end Battler's naive softness. To end your hesitation.
だからあなたはあの二人を呼んだのです。あなたたちの永遠の拷問を終わらせるため。あの二人はあなたに勝利か敗北のいずれかを与えるでしょう。
Sometimes you need to call someone in to punch you to make you stop wanting to be punched.
しかしそれはいずれであってももはや慈悲に満ちたものです。
Maybe, I don't know.
あなたにももうそれは分かっている。
She did move a little bit. She does that sometimes. Virgilia faced Beato, whom she had come to adore as a daughter, with cold eyes that she must not have shown often. It was like the gaze of a mother who, instead of scolding, silently urges their child to recognize their mistake.
ベアトリーチェ、あなたはいつまでそうして生きるでもなく死ぬでもなく天国に昇るでもなく地獄に落ちるでもなく煉獄山の頂上でぼんやり
Mount
として
Purgatory
い
is
る
the
つもり
lonely
だ。
place to be. I don't want to go there.
私はワルギリエ、彼を煉獄山に案内し頂上のあなたのところま
Oh,
で連れて
get
きま
it?
した。
Because she's Virgilia? Virgil? I get it. I understand Dante's Inferno.
そしてあなたはベアトリーチェ、
She guided him through hell and then to purgatory.
彼の
I
天使
understand.
が天国へ
Naruhodo.
登るか彼を抱いて地獄へ落ちるか選ばなくてはならない。
Either of those would be funny. Just choose one. Did you know that the discord called Purgatory, which lies in the gap between heaven and hell, is sometimes more torturous than even hell itself? On the gates of hell, it is written that you must abandon all hope. A human without hope can accept their suffering and give up. However, the residents of Purgatory have hope. A hope of possibly reaching heaven. A hope that cannot be abandoned. And it tortures them. Even in the depths of hell, no greater torture device exists than the single pin known as hope.
飛びなさい煉獄の崖より淡く脆くてくだらない希望の未練ごとパンドラの箱を
I'm always doing this. I'm always a big fan of opening Pandora's box and unleashing the evils on the world.
箱を開けるのは
Beato was silent, but with a single tear she nodded slightly.
箱の中の猫は生きている
The cat in the box!
死んでいるのかそれを確かめる時に来ました
Open the box, you wimp.
死んでいる猫
See if that cat is dead or alive.
供養して天へ登ってもらいなさい生きている猫ならば早く餌を与えて全ての愛情を注いであげなさい生き死にに関係ない
You just gotta check. You gotta look in the box.
猫を永遠に冒涜しています
The cat doesn't like being in this transient state. You gotta pick one.
あの二人が持ってきてくれました
Beatrice, it's time for you to die now. I hope that your heart is stopped by the hand of the person you desire. Choose wisely. Ah, that's a big clock. Whoa, we're going way forward. 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, we've skipped to midnight, I guess. We're all right. I don't know why. Has Erica and the rest of the family just been sitting in there for like 6 hours? I guess we'll find out. Is the cat alive and or dead? It hates and or loves being alive and or dead. Oh, okay, all right. All of the pieces from the game board were gathered. All of the humans, furniture, witches, and the witches on an even higher level had gathered in one place. Oh, okay, I get it. When Burncastle says gather all the pieces, it automatically skips forward to midnight no matter what. I see. Whee! Well, we haven't seen it do this before. It's never, like, scrolled up like that. This place was like a solemn cathedral with an unbelievably high ceiling. White stonework, golden ornaments. Though there were windows, there were no entrances or exits. Yes, this is a new background. It's interesting. It was a strange, strange place. But for some reason, no one wondered where this strange place was. Because they were not given the right to think of this place as strange. Oh, hi. Hello, Cheester Sister. 00.
そうかね。一体今ここに何
This song is good. I love this song.
何人いようとも18人を超えた存在は全て幻よ。
それを認めさせるのがわらわのゲームでな。
The three witches were seated on special thrones set upon a very high balcony. In the center sat the Game Master, Lambda Delta, and on either side of the semicircular balcony sat Berncastle and Beatrice facing each other. Below them, Erica ran forward, lifted the corners of her skirt, and bowed respectfully. What a dweeb. Brown-nosing.
そして大ベルンカステル卿、我が主、ご期待ください。必ずや主を苛む退屈の毒を一時であろうとも忘れさせてご覧に入れます。
Umineko's Castlevania core? A little bit.
それでこそ私の
I understand your feelings in that aspect.
私の駒よ。
Erica and Berncastle exchanged cruel smiles that'd make anyone want to avert their gaze.
お聞きなさい。魔女ども、人間ども、これより魔女集会にて幻想法廷の
Court of Illusions? Oh boy, we're really in it now. We're full Ace Attorney right now, baby. The commander of the game spoke with words of power. Though her words were spoken with such a vast space, they rang out with the force of a bell in a bell tower. Why does it feel like we're about to fight the final boss? I don't know. There's 3 episodes left. Your lives and roles as they correspond to this game are over! The midnight answer session.
その前にまずは軽く自己紹介から始めようかしら。これだけ大勢いるんだしね。私はラムダデルタ、絶対の魔女にして新しきゲームの支配者。
ベルンカステル、奇跡の魔女、ベアトリーチェの魔女幻想のカンパを持って
You're trying to penetrate her?
無限の魔女、ベアトリーチェである。我が存在の主張と夏日金蔵の保護を目的とする。
バトラ様、次なる序列は
Say your name for the class, Battler.
後ろ宮バトラー、ベアトの。ああ、いや。魔女どもと戦ってる。以上だ。
ご存知と思いますが、貴殿は今回の
Yeah, latecomer.
途中魔女集会開催のこの時点ではまだ未参加ということです。お分かりでありますか？
分かってるぜ。しばらくは発言権がないってことだろ。
ご理解感謝であります。
You can only talk at the point you come in, I guess. I guess we're gonna listen to Lambda and Baron yelling at each other for a while. Even though Battler held a rank near that of witches, he sat on the foremost of the benches shared with the other relatives, all by himself at one end. He met the gaze of Beata, who was up on the balcony. I have many enemies. They're all women for some reason. It's intimidating. Help.
取り返すぞ。これはわらわたちのゲームだ。
I almost said I was fighting against Beato's illusion of the witch. Since the beginning, Beato has been my only enemy. But right now, Erica and those witches who stared toying around with Beato's tail are also my enemies. Who should I fight, and how? Maybe it's a good thing I don't have the right to speak for a while. I'll calm down and coolly watch over everything. Well, I mean, you didn't call for it. Berncastle did, but okay. Erica greeted the witches above her and the humans behind her once again. The official court case of Battler v. Women. This is gonna be rough. It's gonna be rough for him. When 45 urged him to introduce himself, Kinzo stood up. Hey, Kinzo. Allegedly. Allegedly.
後ろ宮エヴァイ生きてるの？
ルドルフだ。この後もずっと後ろ宮だからな。名字ははしょるぜ。
後ろローザです。
Rosa has not been involved with a single thing in like the last many hours.
第一の番に殺
I
さ
have
れま
not
した。
seen her on screen once in like the past 2 streams. It's very funny. Oh yeah, because she died. I forgot. I forgot she died. I forgot she died with the family.
同じく第一の番に死亡だぜ。
ジョージです。
I forgot she was one of the dead ones.
同じく
That's why I
第一
haven't
の番に
seen her.
死亡。
マリア、死んじゃったけど、私
Is this the real family or the game family? The game family. They're talking about the pieces. I mean, it could also be both, but it's unclear.
死ぬことなんて大した問題じゃないでしょ。
後ろ宮夏日です。生きております。
Also, I'm not the culprit. Stop laughing at me, you creepy whore.
ついさっき殺されたばかりや。
Yeah, that sucks, man.
キリエよ、まだ生きてる。
南條です。私も流れております。
I'm so tired. Poor Nanjo.
申します。第一の番に死亡でございます。
シャノンです。生存してます。
カノンです。同じく生存。
ゴーダです。よろしくお願いします。皆様方。
You already know everyone, Goda.
熊沢でございます。よろしくお願いします。
So do you.
続いて魔女ども全員自己紹介を。
Oh, hi. Where are we now? Virgilia's group could also be seen. Unlike the floor Beato's group was on, the second floor had a balcony that looked like raised audience seating, and they sat there looking down as though they were at a theater.
ワルティリアと申します。
I certainly think the positions they're seated at are metaphorical. You know, you've got the pieces on the game board, the pieces that are outside the game board, and the people, the actual people that aren't pieces, the players above the game board.
ベアトリーチェの師匠です。ガープよ、死体を消す役担当。
It's a fun job.
ロの上、紅茶を入れる役担当ですね。
Hey, listen, somebody's got to do it.
煉獄の七姉妹を代表してご
Oh
挨
yeah,
拶申し
also
上げます。
the girlies.
第二の番の秀吉殺人を担当しました。煉獄の七姉妹、ここに。続けて、エリカ教の家具どもは自己紹介を。
ガートリー
Right, in the Heaven Gang.
異端審問補佐官な
コーネリア、異端審問補佐官なり。
The two of them could also be seen on the second floor audience seating. They sat apart from Virgilia's group. Hi, Delaner. Then Delaner, who was seated between the two, slowly stood up. She had a presence and dignity about her, as though she was overseeing everything from that place.
ドラノール・エノックスであります。エリカ教の首席補佐を務めます。バトラー。
Oh, hey, you teleported down here. Stop doing
あ
that.
なたには期待しています。私を失望させないでください。
Let's have a nice fight, though.
お互い全力でぶつかるだけだ。
Don't command me. Please don't command grab me, Delaner. I heard you have those.
ドラノールの出番は本来なら必要ありません。しかし魔女側が醜く言い逃れをもてあそぶとき、それを断罪してもらわねばなりません。書斎での奇跡は二度と起こりませんから。
最後にご挨拶申し上げます。本魔女集会の進行管理を命ぜられたシエスタ姉妹この得体であります。
よろしくお願いします。にえにえ。
にえにえ。
以上で すべての駒の自己紹介を終了するであります。一堂に会するが
That's a lot. We've got so many characters. There's so many characters in this game about an isolated family on an island. There are 38 characters in the 5th game, but if you added all the pieces from previous games too, it would probably rise even higher. This game, which has so often been likened to chess, now has far more pieces than a chessboard.
いいわ。では始めようかしら。発起人、始めてちょうだい。ああ、悪いけどそこのヤギさん、ジュースのおかわりお願いね。
Oh yeah, the goats!
私にはポップコーンを。
ああ、そうだ
Of course the goats are here.
悪魔の感激はポップコーンと相場が決まってると、あんたが決めたんだもんね。
Did we decided that?
ええ、楽しませてもらうわ。あと、紅茶とからし味噌をもらえる？エリカ、始めなさい。私の退屈はもう始まってるわね。
Yeah, all those introductions did take a long time.
お任せよ。静粛に沈黙を。
We were already silent, but thanks. At the sound of her voice, the Cheeser Sister Corps straightened up, lifted their right knees, and stamped down hard on the floor with their heels. It became a low, deep rumble in the ground, and all chatter in the cathedral disappeared instantly. As their eyes and expressions became even more hollow and empty, the room fell back into silence, almost as though they were a collection of wax models. No more music! Shut that up! Amidst this heavy silence, there was the sound of footsteps, as Erica walked out into the center where she could catch everyone's attention. Oh, hi, goat. When she signaled with her chin, a goat attendant appeared from behind a pillar, and carried a single, plain chair out into the front and center of the room. It must have been the defendant's chair.
フルドエリカは告発します。
Oh boy.
第5のゲームの殺人犯は後宮夏日さん。
Wow, no, wow, surprising absolutely no one.
あなたが犯人です。
Erica pointed at Natsuhi and spoke. The Natsuhi waxed all alone, shook, and regained its expression. It was an expression of panic.
シエスタ姉妹、被告人を席へ連れてってちょうだい。
了解であります。
ちょっと何をするのです。話しなさい。
45 and 410 both pinned Natsuhi's arms behind her back and led her to the chair in the center. Natsuhi resisted, but the Cheeser sisters were surprisingly strong and she couldn't do anything. She turned to the relatives for help, but they just remained silent like wax models.
これよりフルドエリカはなぜ後宮夏日にだけ犯行が可能か再構築してご覧に入れます。ベアともちろん受けるでしょ。
当然よ。後宮家顧
I
問
think
連
this
勤
was kind of the
術
inevitable, what it was all leading up to all along. I think we kind of all saw this coming, but there are many twists ahead, I bet.
フルドエリカ
This track is also good. We're getting some new music for this whole part here. It's fun.
我が主に着せようと企むその濡れ衣引き裂いてくれるわ。
ベアトリーチェ。
安心せよ夏日。そなたはわらわの主だ。そして心に片翼のわしを刻んだ真の当主。身に覚えなき罪に怯えるでない。
I don't even fear crimes I have committed. At those words, Natsuhi jerked back and gulped. Her panic finally disappeared and she stood up straight.
そうですとも。私は後宮夏日、後宮家を冒涜するあらゆる挑戦を受けて立ちましょう。
どうしてこの状況にそのような虚勢が張れるやら。あなた本当にどこのかけらでもいじめられっ子ね。
That's pretty funny. Sorry, but it's funny. It's funny because it's true.
ではベルン、主張どうぞ。
ベルンカステルは主張するわ。このゲームの犯人は人間、後宮夏日。
ベアともどうぞ。
My lawyer looks like Beato. My ass is going to jail.
ベアトリーチェは主張する。
このゲームの犯人は人間にある。
It was a witch!
我らこそ犯人であるわ。
Berncastle, who smiled daringly, and Beatrice, who smiled firmly, crossed gazes.
お聞きね、魔女ども、人間ども。一つの真実に二つの主張が現れたわ。犯人は人間、後ろ宮夏樹か。犯人は魔女、ベアトリーチェか。魔女が勝てば、第5のゲームの真相は闇に消える。エリカが勝てば、ゲーム版より魔女幻想は打ち滅ぼさ
How
れる。
unfortunate would that be for you, who wants the game to go on forever? Surely you will pull no tricks during these proceedings, eh, Lambda Delta?
つまり、ベアトにとってのみ、負けることが
Lambda doesn't want any of those outcomes. Either of those outcomes mean the game ends, and she doesn't want that.
何の覚悟が必要だというのか。元より望むところよ。
If Erica wins, the illusion of the witch will be destroyed. That means the existence of the witch will be denied. Beato was fighting for her life. However, this wasn't the only time she had been fighting for her life. It had always been a life or death struggle, even when she fought with Battler. Because if Battler had won and destroyed the illusion of the witch in the previous games, Beato would have been destroyed.
汚ねえな。エリカのやつだけ負けても何も失わない。
それはどうでしょう。 ベルンカステル教には
Yeah, I don't know about that, Battler. I feel like if Erica fails, Berncastle will just wipe her from existence.
彼女は自分の望んだ活躍をしなかった駒に温かい処遇を与え
I feel like she, in fact, has everything to lose. It was inconceivable that the ruthless Berncastle would place no blame at all on a piece who had suffered defeat. Erica was probably fighting for her life just as much. The two claims would clash and one would be weeded out. One would fall and would not leave this place alive. One shall stand and one shall fall. The only ones who truly had nothing to lose were those witches.
オーケー、問題ないわ。さあ、始めなさい。
それでは私から始めたいと思いま
Oh,
す。
there's Erica's theme.
秀吉さん殺しについてはとてもシンプル。夏日さん以外の方を疑うことは不可能なはずです。私たちは被害者と夏日さんを除いて全員が同じ部屋にいたじゃないですか。
It really was simple. Except for Natsuhi, everyone had been inside the parlor. And because it was so simple, it was decisive.
どう考えても秀吉を殺したのは夏日じゃないの。いいえ、逆だわ。どう考えても夏日以外に秀吉は殺せないじゃないの。
Oh, really?
議論も反論の余地もないわ。
ですから誤解です。確かに私にはアリバイがないかもしれません。しかしアリバイがないことはすなわち犯人であるとの証拠にはならないはず。
夏日にだけアリバイがないのは分かった。だが待て、殺害現場は密室であったぞ。夏日に限らず誰であっても
Yeah, just,
あの部屋での
you
犯
know,
行は
ignore the
不可
whole
能だった
closet part, which you can't confirm, so.
魔法で殺人が遂行できるわらわを除いて
It was magic! Ooh!
密室トリックであるハウダニットについて
ハ
は
ウダニット
後で説明します。とりあえず今はフーダニットから
Who done it?
よって以上により秀吉さん殺しは夏日さん以外の人物を疑うのは不可能となるわけです。
お嬢様、ここをさらに切り込むと危険。
Yeah, that's a little worrying. She probably figured out the closet thing.
同感だわ。夏日が秀吉の部屋のクローゼット
And as long as you can't dispel whatever blue truth she bases on that with the red, you're kind of screwed.
復讐要求で所在の確認を行われると追い詰められるわ。
であろうな。ゲームの支配者はラムダデルタ教だ。あやつが面白がれば事実に関係なく夏日が犯人ということで確定されてしまうぞ。
If the typhoon passes and the police come to perform a scientific investigation, perhaps the true culprit will be identified and the false accusations against Natsuhi will be lifted. However, in this closed-off Tarokenjima, the police will not arrive for all eternity. In other words, the real truth will not be revealed. Inside this cat box that will never be opened, false charges that everyone accepts are worth no more or less than the truth.
おそらく 向こうの狙いはシンプルな秀吉殺しで夏日様が犯人であるとの印象を確定させ、その上で不確定要素の多い第一の番の
Yeah, that makes
最高級に
sense.
入るつもりでしょう。
It's harder to put Natsuhi on the first Twilight, but it's much easier to do this the second. So they're just starting
ゲ
with
ー
that
ムマ
one.
スターに疑われた状態での進行は最悪よ。主導権を握るべきだわ。
うん。ラムダデルタ卿、ご存知の通り、第5のゲームでも多くの殺人が起き、深夜から早朝までの短からぬ時間をまたいでおる。いきなり秀吉の殺人から始まり、時間が行ったり来たりしてしまうようでは混乱してしまう。
We gotta do this in chronological
ここ
order.
は時系列に従い、順番に進めていくのが良いかと思うが、いかがか。
異議提出。
Object. Okay, we're really in Ace Attorney
犯人
now.
を告発する過程において時系列など意味をなさない。
異議提出。
I like how they make the red true sound for when they say objection.
フルドエリカは時系列を混乱させることによって印象操作を行っている。
ああ、よくわかんないのは私もごめんだわ。ベアとの主張を認めるわよ。
Owned.
エリカはいきなり第2の番から始めないで。
Who the judge is? Oh, it's Lambda. Lambda's the judge. She's the game master. I definitely saw Erica click her tongue. I understand. So this is a way of telling Rokenjima's tale. I was guided by Virgilia, met Beatrice, reached the peak from which you can see everything below you, and finally understood the truth of this world.
これが以前にワルギリアが話してくれたことなんだな。
What color is... Yeah, that's true. The objection text in Ace Attorney is red. That makes sense.
そうですよ。
That's probably on purpose in Umineko's case.
ここでは真実など脆い。
両者が主張する限り、異なる真実が同時に存在できる。
Yes, this really is a trial. Both sides put forth their own truths. This here truly is the Braun Tube trial that Virgilia once used as an analogy.
ではラムダデルタ教のご命令に従い、最初の第1の番の事件から話す。ご存知の通り、10月4日初日の24時、親族会議の小休止の後、夏日さんは先に休むと一人退席しました。よってその時刻から翌朝まで完全にアリバイは消失します。
The culprit is Usuromiya Natsuhi, because Natsuhi is the only one without an alibi. Nice, Evangelion text.
はてそうかな。夏日以外にもアリバイの怪しい人物などいくらでもいるはず。それら全員の疑いを晴らさぬ限り、夏日を犯人呼ばわりさせるわけにはいかぬぞ。
We cannot conclude that Natsuhi is the culprit as long as there are other people without alibis. Oh my god. The claim has been made that Natsuhi was the only one lacking an alibi between midnight and 1 a.m. This is being used as a basis for claiming that she is the culprit. However, as long as the following possibilities exist, it is impossible to conclude that this is the case. Was the crime also possible for Battler, who was in the guest house? Was the crime also possible for Nanjo, who was in the guest house? Was the crime also possible for Goda, who was in the guest house? Was the crime also possible for Kumasawa, who was in the guest house? Was the crime also possible for Genji, who was in the mansion? Was the crime also possible for Kraus, who was in the mansion? Was the crime also possible for the people in the mansion besides Natsuhi? Is it possible George and the others were actually just playing dead? Is it possible that there was a way to reach the second floor without passing through the lounge Erika was in? Is it possible the crime was committed before midnight? Is it possible the crime was committed after 3 a.m.? Is it possible the crime was committed outside the time span of midnight to 1 a.m.? Is it possible that someone in the mansion committed the crime between midnight and 3 a.m.? Well, that's a lot. That's a lot of... I guess, I don't know if that's blue truth right there, but it's a lot of possibilities.
エリカは夏日以外全員のアリバイを示してみせるべきだわ。ねえベル。
ええ、無論よ。エリカはそれを完全に説明しきるわ。
The culprit is Ushiromiya Natsuhi because we will prove that everyone else has an alibi. I like this. I like those interrupting text on white backgrounds.
では順にご説明していきたいと思います。源氏殺しは一度忘れ、ゲストハウスの事件に絞って進めます。となれば、ゲストハウスにいた使用人を疑いたいですよね。あの晩は郷田さんと熊沢さんがゲストハウスにおられました。そうですね、お二方。
When she turned to face the direction where those two were seated, those two wax models alone came back to life. They probably weren't even granted souls until they were allowed to speak. In that case, it would have been better if Natsuhi's soul could have disappeared as well. Natsuhi, who was in the defendant's chair, kept her soul the whole time and was constantly hanging her head, looking nervous. Goda hurried to his feet and answered Erika's question.
はい、そうです。私はあの晩、一人でゲストハウスの使用人室におりました。
私はこの老体ですからね。夜は答えますから。
She's eepy. We do know for a fact that Kumasawa is always like sneaking off to take naps and stuff.
先にすぐ休ませてもらいましたとも。
では、郷田と熊沢もアリバイを失うではありませんか。一人で控室で休んでいたと自称する熊沢、一人で使用人室にいたと自称する郷田。そのどちらにもいとこ部屋へ行き、殺人を行う余地があるはずです。
めっそうもない。どうしてそんなことを私たちが。
そうですともそうですとも。
Yeah, servants like Goda and Kumasawa don't really have anything to gain.
人殺しなんてそんなとんでもないことです。
It's not like they can get their hands on the fortune. We cannot conclude that Natsuhi is the culprit. After all, was the crime also possible for Kumasawa, who was in... Okay, we've read that before. They were in the guest house, they were alone, alibis, etc.
控室で一人眠った熊沢も、使用人室に一人こもった郷田も、寝室の夏日と何も変わらぬ。どちらもアリバイを失うではないか。
ご安心を。この二人は殺人犯ではないと私が保証します。
Can you, how? Prove it,
bitch.
熊
沢さんは晩餐後、私たちと一緒に屋敷を出てゲストハウスへ行き、そのまま控室に入り、朝まで眠っていました。郷田さんも同じです。事務作業を終え、その後に私たちとラウンジで談笑して、両名とも殺人を行う余地はありません。
いよいよ来たな。
What's she gonna say?
それではわらわも腰を上げるとしよう。
Tell me what you're gonna say,
もは
Beato.
やそなたの出番は終わりだ、エリカ。そなたの頼れる用心棒を呼び出すがいい。
Beato glanced at where Delaner sat on the second floor audience seating. However, Delaner just stared back with those usual expressionless eyes.
復唱要求。郷田と熊沢のアリバイについて完全な証拠がある。
復唱拒否。
Nope.
なんで敵にヒントを？答えるわけもない。
お聞きから無駄デルタ教。
I don't have to tell you nothing.
そうだぞ。証拠もなく、郷田と熊沢のアリバイを主張しても良いものなのか。
道理だわ。どうなのよ、ベルン、エリカ。どうして郷田と熊沢のアリバイを主張できるわけ？
Yeah, where's the alibi?
引っ込めエリカ。わらわの相手はそこのドラノールよ。貴様ごとき人間に魔女の相手は務まらぬわ。
いいえ、ドラノールの出番は必要ありません。
Why are you behind her now?
あなたの言う人間ごときが魔女を打ち破るからこそ魔女幻想が否定されるのです。ならばどうぞ、赤で青でお好きなように受けて立ちますよ。
I hate that face. That one specific smug face of hers. It's so punchable. In response to Erika's challenge, Beato smiled boldly yet gracefully and slowly stood up. I can hear the song building, and they glared at each other between the floor and the balcony.
郷田にも熊沢にもそれぞれアリバイがない。二人はゲストハウスにおり、いつでもいとこ部屋へ行って犯行を行うことができた。それが否定できぬ限り、夏日を犯人呼ばわりすることなどできぬぞ。
Beato's blue truth struck out rapidly. The curtain had finally dropped and the battle had begun.
人間であるエリカに使える赤はない。ドラノールを呼ばずにどう切り返してみせる
I don't know, I'm sure she'll be about to do something really ridiculous.
エリカに使えずともその主のベルンカステル教は使えます。油断はできませんぞ。
Actually, this is less Tekken. It kind of reminds me of some Toho music.
青き真実有効だわ。どうするのベルン。あんたかドラノールが相手を変わる。まだ私の出番ではありません。
俺はturn。
そしてベルンカステル教の出番でもありません。
ええ、そうよ。この程度じゃ私たちの出番にはならないわ。
To who DNA runs deep in Umineko. Yeah, I know. It had that whole reference bit with Jessica in episode 2 where she was dressed as a Toho character.
フルドエリカというただの人間風情がベアトを打ち破ってこそ意味があるのよ。人間に打ち破られてこそわかるの。
Zune and Ryukishi definitely read the same fashion magazines
黄金のベアトリーチェなどと
to find outfits for their characters.
人間以下の幻に過ぎなかったとね。
Subhuman Phantom.
それが本当にできるなら最高に面白いんだけどね。いいわエリカ、受けて立ちなさい。
まず熊沢さんですが、とてもシンプルな話です。熊沢さん、ご起立を。
はい。
熊沢さんは昨夜就寝されてから朝事件を知らされるまで一度でも控室を出ましたか？
いいえ、朝までぐっすりでしたとも。
私実は昨夜の晩餐の後にエヴァさんと談笑して
Oh, really? What did she tell you?
聞かせてもらっていたんです。それを試させてもらいました。
それとは何か。まさか。
そうです。金蔵を書斎に追い詰め封じたもの。
Oh, the receipt thing. She put the receipt thing in Kumasawa's room, and I bet Goda's too.
扉に物を挟むことで封印できることを私は知ったのです。
なんだとあいつまさかそれを
What do you want to bet she did that to like every room?
エリカはゲストハウスにいたのですから、それができたとしても何も問題はありません。
She just started putting pieces of paper of every single door in the mansion.
何しろ莫大な黄金が発見されてどんな事件が起こってもおかしくない不気味な夜でした。探偵あるところ事件あり。私は何かの事件が起こることを予見して。
That would be insane. Look at who you're talking to. Does this look like the face of a sane woman?
あらかじめアリバイを失いそうな人物にこれで封印をさせていただいたのです。私はこれを
Erica's definitely
一緒にゲスト
metagaming.
ハウスに戻った熊沢さんが休むと言って控室に入ったのを見届け。
She's absolutely that person at the tabletop night. Erica held a small folded piece of brown paper high in the air.
これを使って扉を封印したのです。そして朝、事件が発覚し大騒ぎになった時、そして封印が健在であることを確認しました。以上により私は熊沢さんのアリバイを証明できます。
Kumasawa has an alibi. Alright, so we checked that box off. We're gonna have to go through a lot of these, it seems. Good.
素晴らしいアリバイだわ。一部の隙もない。熊沢はエリカと共にゲストハウスに戻り、そのまま控室に入って休み、朝まで部屋を出ることはなかった。つまり熊沢はゲストハウスへ戻って以降、朝まで2回も上がっていない。
The proof Erica had shown was elevated by Berncastle and became Red Truth. This truth, which had become red, could no longer be overturned, even by Beato. In other words, in that instant, Kumasawa's perfect alibi had been absolutely guaranteed.
ほほう、 ならばゴーダについてはどうか。
ゴーダさんのゲストハウス到着後は
Don't tell me you're gonna say you did the paper thing to him too. Yep.
これで封印させていただきました。
Of course. Why not do it for everybody?
そしてローザさんが午前1時にお戻りになった時はたまたま廊下に出た私が気づき、使用人室のゴーダさんにそれを伝えたのです。その時封印は健在でしたので、ゲストハウスに到着してから午前1時までゴーダさんは使用人室を出ていません。そしてその後はラウンジで午前3時まで私と一緒にいました。そして午前3時以降は
That's true.
私は2階にいましたので、
We did see that scene of him like drinking with
ゴ
Nanjo.
ーダさんが2階に上がってこないことを保証できます。
She does quite literally have the receipts, yes.
エリカの封印がゴーダが午前1時まで使用人室にこもっていたことを証明するわ。そして午前3時までのアリバイを一緒にラウンジで過ごしたエリカが証明するわ。そしてそれ以降の朝までに2階へ一切立ち入ってないこともエリカが証明するわ。つまりゴーダはゲストハウス
Turn to
に
the
戻
guest house. He never went up to the second
朝
floor
まで
until
2
morning.
階に上がっていない。
Set in red. Goda has an alibi. Yep, we can cross that one off. We got a lot of boxes to tick.
赤き真実有効だわ。お見事よエリカ。あんたのその扉の封印によるアリバイがベルンに認められて赤き真実に昇華されたわ。
ありがとうございます、我が主。我こそは探偵。
I am the
人間であり
detective.
ながら赤き真実を行使することのできる人間を超えし者。
What a crazy bitch.
超えただ。この思い上がりめ、口走るには1000年早いわ。
10年早いんだよ。
おかしな追求があると面倒なので先にはっきりさせます。というかむしろこれは最初にするべきでした。前後したことをお詫びします。24時の時点でのゲストハウスの状況です。黄金が発見され緊急の親族会議になり、バトラさん
Yep,
と
he was there with the family all night when they got the letter and
ゲストハ
stuff.
ウスには私といとこ3人、南條先生、郷田さん、熊沢さんが残りました。郷田さん、熊沢さんのアリバイについてはすでにご説明の通り、ジョージさん、ジェシカさん、マリアさんの3人はいとこ部屋でトランプで遊んでいました。実は私、ほんの少しだけ混ぜていただきましたので、この時刻に生存していたのをはっきり確認しています。
I bet she got bored of the cards because she kept counting them and winning.
以上の復唱を要求します。
ええ、応じるわ。ゲストハウスには24時の時点でジョージ、ジェシカ、マリアは生存していて2階のいとこ部屋にいた。南條、郷田、熊沢は1階にいた。あともうもったいぶることないからこれまでに出ている犠牲者の死亡も確定させてくれ。
Alright, so much for that one box.
ジョージ、ジェシカ、マリア、ローザ、現地の5人が
But
ちゃ
not
んと
Kraus, I'm noticing.
あのばっくりいった首で死んだふりなんてできるわけないでしょ。
We still don't know what the fuck happened to Kraus. No murder occurred before midnight. We guarantee that George's group is dead. Alright, that gets rid of those two.
副賞を感謝します、我が主。これをはっきり
She's
させ
so
ないと
needy.
私がアリバイを保証した以前の段階ですでに殺されていたとか、実は死んでなかったとか、いろいろ言われかねませんので。
Oops. Unsurprisingly, Beato's side couldn't get away with the simple plan of claiming that the victims were only playing dead, but in order to overcome Goda and Kumasawa's alibis, it should have been possible to suppose that the crime occurred before those doors were sealed. However, the opponent had predicted this move perfectly. It had been shown in red that the crime did not occur before the time period covered by Erica's alibis.
そうそう、犠牲者の確認されてる最後の生存時刻。
How convenient.
それを最初に言ってほしかったわね。これで24時以前の話は無視していいことになるわ。
さらに24時の時点で屋敷の2階廊下には
Right, so this is like confirming anybody in the mansion couldn't have done it.
残りは全員親族会議の食堂よ。もちろんこの時点ではまだ殺人は起こってない。源氏も健在よ。
We confirm that those thought to be inside the mansion at midnight were indeed inside the mansion. Addendum. It has already been shown that none of them left the mansion before 1 a.m., excluding Natsuhi.
それはエリカが観測したことじゃないけれど、それが確定してないとゲームが進まないものね。いいわ。その赤き真実を認めるわ。赤き真実、ありがとうございます。我が主。
Since Erica had been in the guest house, it was only natural that she could explain the situation there. However, since she hadn't been in the mansion at the time, explaining the situation over there would have been extremely difficult for her. Beato would normally have attacked there with the blue truth, saying that the people in the dining hall had all agreed to keep to the same story, that someone had snuck out of the dining hall and that they might have committed murder in the guest house. However, because Byrne had instantly settled that matter with the red text, Beato had completely lost her chance to strike back. That's very convenient for her.
厄介ですな。これほどまでに不利とは。
It's almost like Lambda Delta's playing Favesies.
かつてのリーチェとバトラの戦いが逆になったみたいね。
いや、その時よりもさらに状況は悪いかと。
At a glance, the fight between the two of them resembled our previous fights. However, there were some vital differences. The first was whether or not Beato was the Game Master. The Beato who fought against me was the Game Master, so she knew all the truth. That's why she was able to use the red text at will. However, the current Beato isn't the Game Master. She's just a single piece on the game board. In other words, even Beato doesn't know the truth. So you could say that Beato is now in the same position I once was. Also, though Erica may seem to be in the same position I once was, the situation for her is totally different. She's connected to the witch called Byrne Castle. Even though she isn't the Game Master, she's capable of elevating Erica's statements to become Red Truth. Because of this, Erica can use the Red Truth, even though she's neither a witch nor the Game Master. Beato, who's supposed to be the witch, possesses no truth, no red she can use. And yet, the detective, Erica, can use the Red Truth. The advantage has completely flipped over to the other side. Perhaps you could say that the current Beato is in a much worse position than I was when I fought with her. After I got used to the game, Beato stopped responding to my demands that she use the red, but in the beginning she had responded to almost all of them, giving me quite a few hints. That's why we were able to fight on par. However, Byrne Castle is different. She fully understands the rules of this game, and is prepared to corner Beato without even a hint of restraint. And because of this, I knew. In the past, Beato went easy on me so that we could fight on par with each other. Nice fight, though.
なるほど。わらわはかつてのバトラの立場で戦っているというわけか。
ベアト。
かつてのそなたを無能と蔑んだわら。
That's true. You even said it in red, which was hilarious.
この程度。まだまだ答えぬぞ。
ゴーダと熊沢を疑うことはもう不可能だわ。これ以上論点にしても勝てない。
だな。別のアプローチに切り替えよ
う。順当に行くなら次は南條でしょう。彼もまたゲストハウスにいた人物です。
Yeah, and I don't think he slept in a room that the paper trick would work on. I think he like slept in the couch, on the couch. Yeah, in the lounge.
しかし、その前後の時間帯が空白になるは
ず。そうだね、そこをつく。南條、そなたは確かエリカとゴーダと一緒に
I thought he just fell asleep on the couch, if I'm remembering right. Though I think he might have also retired to a room. I can't quite remember. Was the crime also possible for Nanjo, who was in the guest house?
はい、私はエリカさんとずっとご一緒でした。
ラウンジで過ごした時間は
午前1時から
Alright, well, so much for that.
3時までです。
そうです。午前1時から午前3時までの間、私と南條先生、合田さんの3人はラウンジでくつろいでいました。
Yeah, Goda and Nanjo were having their old man yaoi moment.
我が主、副賞要求です。応じるの？午前1時から午前3時、ゲストハウス1階のラウンジで過ごした。
Though she had flat out refused to repeat what Beato told her to, she responded to Erika's demand immediately. The red truth was starting to corner Beato. She grimaced as though in pain, but she still stuck back with the blue truth. No, perhaps she really was in pain. Now that the characters, apart from Natsuki, have had their alibis established, the illusion of the witch is also being denied. Beato perceived the denial of her existence as pain.
ならばラウンジで過ごした時間帯の前後はアリバイがないはず。南條にも犯行は可能であるぞ。
そうね。南條がラウンジでエリカと一緒に1時から3時までいたことは分かったけど、それ以前とそれ以後はどうなのかしらね。どうエリカ？
はい、まず午前1時以前のアリバイ、これは全く問題ありません。
It's not looking good. It's not looking good, Beato Chads. We might have several it's overs and we're backs in the course of this proceeding.
それからラウンジに降りて、そこで南條先生とお会いしたからです。
そうでしたな。24時に降りてきたエリカさんとお会いして、少しお話をしていましたら、
Of course she
かなりの
is.
ミステリー通だと分かりまして、すっかり意気投合してしまい。
That's right, they were talking about books. I remember.
私、碑文の謎解きで書庫に入った時、海外の名作ミステリーの原書が多数保管されているのを見ていました。ですので、それらを手に取りながら、ぜひ議論がしたくなりまして、私たちは書庫に移り、ずっとおしゃべりをしていました。ラウンジに場所を移すまでずっとです。
Cramped though it was, that book storage room in the guest house was stocked well enough that it was fair to call it a small library. In it were several famous foreign mystery novels that Kinzo had once taken a liking to. Of course, they were all originals and in English, but English was no problem for either Erika or Nanjo. For this occasion, they had borrowed the key to the library one more time from Goda in the servant room. At that point, Erika checked the seal again and, of course, reset it. Damn her. Even though she keeps it sealed for anyone else to enter or leave, she alone enters and leaves whenever she wants.
なるほど。つまり24時から就寝する午前3時までの間、ずっと南條と一緒だったわけね。なら南條のアリバイは一番盤石ということになるわ。はい、
そういうことになります。
Yeah, someone was with him the whole
我
time.
が主、副賞要求です。応じるわ。24時以降、エリカは午前3時までずっと南條と一緒にいたわ。
At midnight, the crime in the cousin room still hadn't occurred. So this way, an alibi had been established for this period before the time they were in the lounge.
その後、私たちは午前1時に書庫から廊下へ出ます。すると偶然、お戻りになられたローザさんと鉢合わせになりました。そして私が合田さんにそれを教えました。客人を出迎えるのは使用人の役目だろうと思いまして。
Goda asked if he should bring a towel, but Rosa refused. She quickly headed up the second floor. At this point, Erika, Goda, and Nanjo gathered together and decided to have a drink. Their alibis in the lounge up until 3 a.m. have already been proclaimed in red, so there are no problems there.
続きまして、午前3時以降、お開きになった後の南條先生のアリバイです。
Oh boy.
午前3時にバトラさんがお戻りになり、ラウンジは解散。私と南條先生、バトラさんの3人は2階へ上がりました。 そして南條先生はお休みに。その際、もちろん先生の
Of course, yes, of course. Seals on every door.
あとは事件発覚まで同じです。私はバトラさんの悲鳴と同時に部屋を飛び出し、南條先生の部屋の扉に
Almost like you were expecting a bunch of people to get murdered or something.
よって南條先生のアリバイは午前1時以前、午前3時以降、ともに完璧なのです。
Nanjo has an alibi. Oh boy.
素晴らしいわ、エリカ。
This is not going well for Beato.
赤き真実も完璧よ。南條は午前3時までエリカと一緒にいたというアリバイがある。そして午前3時から朝まで自室を出ていない。
Erica made use of the seals on the doors and was granted red truths from Berncastle one after another. For me, demanding that Beato repeat something had been about maneuvering and tactics, but it's totally different for Erica. For her, it's like having a trump card that can make red whenever she wants. Which doesn't seem very fair. Not that I care about fairness, but poor Battler must be seething about it.
問題はありませんね。
問題はあるぞ。それはだな。
Oh no. She's reaching. Beato racked her brains to find some point to latch onto, but Erica's red had been ruthlessly perfect. There was no point she could take issues with. Beato kept thinking hard, trying to fault Erica on something, but her expression was so wrought with desperation that anyone could tell by looking.
ベアトを却下するわ。私は何も問題を感じない。
When isn't Battler seething? That's a good point.
極めてポップでキュートでパーフェクトだわ。
Pop, cute, perfect.
これでゲストハウスの人間全員のアリバイは証明された。
待ちな、エリカ。俺を抜く気か。後ろ宮バトラにだって犯行のチャンスはあるはずだ。何しろ犠牲者たちと同じ部屋で一夜を共にしたんだぞ。その俺を差し置いて議論を先になんか進ませねえ。
Yeah, Battler, implicate yourself. Ow. At that time, an arrow twisted like golden snake and hit me. It didn't pierce through me, but it slapped me hard on the cheek like a whip. A little love tap.
まだ認められておりません。ご注意を。
はあ、分かっておるぞバトラー。そしてすまん。許せ。エリカ、まだバトラーのアリバイを示していないぞ。バトラーは犠牲者たちと枕を並べて眠った男。誰よりも一番に疑わなければならないのではないのか。
He was, in fact, taking a nap in a room with a bunch of dead bodies. Was the crime also possible for Battler, who was in the guest house?
ベアトの言う通りだわ。ダメじゃないよね、バトラーを飛ばしちゃ。これは失礼しました。すっかり失念しておりました。
Forgot about poor old Battler.
午前3時に帰ってきたバトラと共に2階へ上がる。そしてそなたも自室に戻って眠ったはずだ。24時にいとこ部屋を訪れたかもしれぬが、午前3時以降には訪れておらぬはず。まさかその後、バトラのベッドに潜り込みに行ったとでも言うのか？一晩中バトラの寝顔を見て、いとこ部屋でのアリバイを確認していたとまで言うなら、認めてやってもいいがな。
ええ、一晩中寝息を聞いていましたが、
なんだ？
She's so normal. I was watching you sleep, Battler. I love watching you sleep, Battler.
すぐにそのままベッドに潜り込み、すぐに就寝してしまったことを証明できます。そして起床され、部屋の惨状に気づき、悲鳴を上げるまで、部屋で何も起こらなかったことまでも証明できます。
You're not gonna seriously say you were in that room watching him nap.
ご安心を。バトラさんは犯人ではありません。 殺人現場にそうとは知らずに入り、朝まで寝てしまったただの愉快な第一発見者です。
バカな。お得意の封印でもそれを証明することは不可能なはず。
She does think he's charming,
どうしてそれが
but I don't think she thinks he's charming in like a handsome way. I think it's more in like a puppy she likes to kick way.
ふざけるな。あの時俺は自分だけ部屋に入ったんです。エリカだって自分の部屋へ戻ったはずだ。どうしてそんなさも見ていたかのように断言できるんだ。
見たとは言っていません。エリカさんに割り当てられた部屋はどこ？
Yeah, she said she listened to you breathe.
エリカ、教えてちょうだい。
She's like, well, I didn't hear anyone being violently slashed open.
どうしてあなたはバトラのことがそこまで証明できるの？
さすがにそれでこそ探偵だわ。
私の部屋はいとこ部屋の隣です。薄い壁が一枚あるだけです。
She busts through it like the Kool-Aid man.
そなたは壁に耳をつけ、いとこ部屋の様子を伺っていたというのか。
はい、私の耳は完璧です。
My ears are perfect.
バトラさんが入室後、直ちに私は部屋の壁に耳をつけ、何か異常が起こらないか。
Why would you do this? This doesn't seem like behavior a person would engage in usually.
何も起こらなかったと証明できると言ったわね。まさかあんた。はい。朝まで一睡もせずに壁に耳をつけ、確認しておりました。
That's stupid. You're insane. Everyone was stunned into silence. She put her ear against the wall, and for the entire time until morning, she listened to what was going on in Battler's room. I know, that's how I'm reacting. Just what would that have looked like? Until dawn, she had killed her breathing in a pitch-black room, clinging to the wall shared with the cousin room. Like some kind of creepy, venomous spider clinging to the wall of a darkened room. Yeah, that's a good description of her. Burncastle alone was grinning in triumph.
ゲームの進行上から当主の指輪を受け継いだバトラがキーマンになるのは読めていた。私はてっきりバトラが第一の番の犠牲者だと思ってたわよ。
はい。ですから我が主の追いつけ通り、朝まで一睡もせずに壁に耳をつけ、異常が起こらないか。
This is some like DM's girlfriend bullshit going on.
エリカの記憶
She's like just telling her everything she has to do.
そして聴力は録音機並み。エリカの耳をごまかしてジョージたちを殺し、首に傷を刻むなど不可能なことよ。
It was impossible for Battler to commit the crime. Alright, well. So much for that, I guess. We're kind of screwed.
探偵権限で認められた能力ね。認めざるを得ない。赤で認定するわ。後宮バトラは午前3時にいとこ部屋に戻り、そのまま就寝した。そして事件発覚まで部屋では一切不審なことはなかった。
つまりバトラには殺人も死体を傷つけることも
You guys seem to be working together a little too much for this supposedly adversarial relationship of a courtroom. Ouchie. The red from the pair forced Beato to show an expression of considerable anguish. It was only natural. Those red truths not only guaranteed Battler's alibi, but a number of other things as well. First off, it meant the murder was impossible for anyone after 3 a.m. And since the cousins were confirmed to be alive as late as midnight, the time period of the crime automatically became between midnight and 3 a.m. That meant the alibis for all people who weren't in the guest house before 3 a.m. had also been guaranteed automatically. It is impossible for the crime to have occurred after 3 a.m. Wow, it's almost like the thing about Battler was some trap that had been set up from the beginning to wipe out several of these possibilities in one fell swoop.
エリカは24時以降は
ずっとゲストハウスにいます。つまり屋敷にいた人物のアリバイを証明することは難しい。
エヴァたちの動向についてのアリバイ証明は困難を極めたはず。それが逆に簡単に彼らが24時から午前3時までの間ゲストハウスに訪れなかったことを証明するだけでアリバイが可能になってしまった。
Alright, team, let's huddle.
とにかく午前3時以前で殺人が可能だと構築するしかあるまい。そしてそれを屋敷の誰かで実行可能だと証明しなくてはならない。
Group team talk here. Let's figure out a plan. The people who had been in the guest house all had alibis. The crime didn't occur before midnight. The crime couldn't have occurred after 3 a.m. In other words, there was no way for the murders to happen unless someone from the mansion committed the crime between midnight and 3 a.m. It is possible that someone in the mansion committed the crime between midnight and 3 a.m. In order to protect Natsuki, she had to establish that it was possible for someone other than Natsuki to commit the crime. Ironically, the witch had to prove that a human had committed the crime. I know, this is a real tough nut to crack, ain't it, Battler? I mean, you could... I feel like Kraus is an easy target here, because Kraus has just totally disappeared. Right? Like, nobody fucking knew where he was after midnight, and he hasn't been seen since.
ゲストハウス2階の管理人のような状態になってるわけだ。
月並みですが、エリカに知られずに2階へ上がることができれば、犯行は誰にでも可能だと証明できるでしょう。
人間、その気になりゃ、2階の窓までよじ登ることもできるかもしれねえぞ。
Could there possibly be a way to reach the second floor without passing through the lounge Erika was in? Of course, Beato had also thought of striking back that way, and Vern Castle must have thought of this as well.
バトラ、南條、ゴーダ、熊沢、ゲストハウスのすべての人物に犯行が不可能であることは分かった。しかし、屋敷の人間はどうか。
すでにお話ししておりますし、我が主が赤き真実でも宣言済みです。私はゲストハウス1階のラウンジにいました。そして2階へ至るにはラウンジを通らなければなりません。
And what if they use the ladder they used to get up to Kinza's room?
つまり私の目に触れずに2階へ至ることは不可能だということです。
それが不可能ではなかったら、例えばゲストハウスの外壁にはしごを立てかけ2階の窓より侵入したとか。ラウンジを通らずに2階へ至る方法は存在するはず。これならばそなたの目に触れずに犯行現場へ至ることは可能だ。
Is this part 6? No, this is part 5. Beato finally struck back. Before now, she'd let Erika take total control and attack her with the red over and over. During that time, Beato's counterattacks with the blue truth had been few in number, even including this one. This is the court, like the courtroom scene of episode 5.
私のラウンジでの見張りが無意味であったことにされてはたまりませんから。そこでまずは私の見張りが完璧であったことを証明しなくてはなりません。まずゲストハウスの構造上、ラウンジにいた私の目に触れることなく2階へ至ることは不可能です。
Is it?
視覚も遮蔽物も一切
Oh right, because it has like that big glass windows all around the lounge.
我が主、復唱要求します。ゲストハウス2階へはラウンジにいた人物に知られずに至ることは不可能。
Alright. Well, she could say it in red, so much for that.
もちろんこれは内部から2階へ至る話だけれど。グッドです。
グッドです。
さて次はベアトリーチェ卿のご公設の外部から至る方法です。これには正直困りました。登れそうな木もありますし、はしごを使う手もあるでしょう。雨どいをよじ登って2階に至ることも不可能とは言い切れません。
So how will she do it?
これをさせる
But I can't let you do that.
ほう、させぬとな。 ではどうしたというのか。まさか夜通しゲストハウスの周りをぐるぐる回って根津番をしたとでも言うのか。
I wouldn't put it past her at this fucking point.
いや、それはできないよ。
But you know, she was listening in on Battler's
そなたは
room.
ラウンジにいたのだから。ラウンジの窓から見える外は外周の一部に過ぎない。
そうです。私は外壁を2階まで登るあらゆる方法を完全に防ぐことはできません。しかし2階へ侵入することを防ぐことはで
Right,
きました。
is it the window shutters that can't be opened from the outside?
侵入を防ぐと。
I remember, we've been there before.
すでに読めている手です。
Thanks for telling her, Renove.
恐ろしい。ここまで必要とは。
You could have informed Beato, I think. I guess not. They got really mad at Battler for butting in.
施錠？どうでもいいことです。ただ窓が鎧戸が一度も開かれなかったことを保証すればいいだけの話だったんです。私は黄金の隠し場所に立ち会い、その後ゲストハウスへ戻って。
You're gonna tell me you put paper slips in every single window?
通過せずにゲストハウス2階へ至ることのできるすべての方法を断絶する工作を開始しました。同じことです。これまでと何も変わらず。あんた
I hate this bitch. I hate her so much.
ゲストハウスのすべての
Put a little piece of paper in every single windowsill. Cause I'm so smart. Simple. Even this level of deduction is easy for Erica Ferruto.
一応漂着時の水着持ってますので。
行かれてやがるぜ。客人として迎えられた家でまだ何も起こってないのに、あの雨の中そんなことをして回るってのか。
Yes.
普通の人間なら絶対にありえない不審な行為です。
But unfortunately, she's a fancy detective created by a witch, so.
ですが、彼女は魔女の駒ですから。
She's so insane. She's so abnormal. In the middle of all that rain, Erica sealed all the windows from the outside to create an alibi showing that no one could have snuck into the guest house from the outside. She climbed up the wall herself and did that to all the windows on the first and second floor. No, to all things that could possibly have permitted entry. Although after hearing that she'd listened to the cousin room all night long without even sleeping a wink, this new bizarre action didn't seem quite so impossible. This had probably also looked like a venomous spider. A disgusting spider crawling over the outside guest house wall during a storm. I did in fact call her a spider before, didn't I? I was on point. I'm always right about reading people. I have that ability. Just gotta get the rainwater to come wash her out of the spout.
探偵にとって後ろ宮家は事件の舞台以上にも以下にもなりません。私にとって事件発生前に重要なことは登場人物の名前を覚えることと地形構造を覚えること、来たる事件に備え各種アリバイの取得準備および工作に専念することです。
Like some sort of sociopath who doesn't value human life.
何の準備もしない探偵は私か
I
ら
would know all about that.
投留先で人が死ぬと私たちは知っているのだから。
It's a weird thing to believe.
そしてエリカは事件発覚と同時に全ての封印が破
I
られ
don't
てい
think
ない
I'll
こと
kill
を
anyone
確
where
認
I
して
stay every night. That would just be like really inefficient.
エリ
Like
カ
I
が
don't
死
kill
体
everyone
発見
everywhere I
時
go. Only most
一番にいと
places.
こ部屋に到着しなかった
Only people who annoy me,
そう
really.
いうことよ。死体なんて見分しなくても赤き真実でいくらでも確定が取れる。それより重要なのはアリバイ構築のための封印の確認だった。
我が主は完璧です。私は主に命じられたままに全てを完璧に証明しただけです。
見事よ、エリカ。
It's one of Knox's rules that in abstract that a detective can't be the murderer.
私の分身、私の駒。どうラムダ。
That's been said in red also. Yes. That's one of Knox's rules about mysteries.
アリバイ構築上絶対の信頼性を持つことが証明されたと思うけど。
There is no way to reach the second floor without passing through the lounge. Okay, so we got like 5 more of these to go. We got Genji, Kraus, everyone else but Natsuki, etc. Okay.
認めるわ。エリカ、あなたの封印は完璧よ。私が赤で認めるわ。ゲストハウス2階へはラウンジを通過しない限り至ることはできず、ラウンジにいたエリカに知られずに至ることは不可能。
ありがとうございます、ラブダデルタ卿。以上により次のことが確定したわけです。
Yeah, you're gonna get owned, Beato.
以上により犯行時刻は生存確認をした24時からラウンジで団らんが始まった午前1時までの1時間の間に限定される。
Ouch!
すでにお話ししていますが、私は24時にラウンジに降り、そこで南條先生と意気投合し、午前1時まで初夏のミステリー談義にふけっておりました。
They became besties.
お恥ずかしながらすっかり熱中してしまっていたため、その間廊下を誰かが通り抜けても私は気づけませんでした。探偵にあるまじき痛恨のミスです。
After doing all that maneuvering and setting up seals to guarantee a perfect alibi, she became too engrossed in a mystery discussion and left an opening. Her relaxed smile was completely shameless, the total opposite of her words. It almost seems like it's the other way around. It's enough to make you think that this was an intentional trap. To make it clear to all that only Natsuki didn't have an alibi between midnight and 1 a.m.
つまり逆説的に申し上げるとこういうことです。
Yeah, it's like she did it all on purpose or something. To set Natsuki up in the first place.
24時から午前1時までの間に
The detective can't be the culprit, but they can be a toxic bitch who sets people up. Her eyes clearly hinted that Natsuki was the only one who fit this description. It is possible for the crime to have occurred only between midnight and 1 a.m. So much for those. It should have been a crime whose time and location were completely unknown during that long night, but because of the alibis Erica had constructed, it had been limited to the time between midnight and 1 a.m. Erica left the cousin room at midnight, the marks on the last confirmation that George and the others were alive. And after the party in the lounge started at 1 a.m., it was impossible to reach the cousin room by any method. She's a tough customer. Yeah, it's looking rough.
残す容疑者の子がこの調子ではあとわずかでしょう。
ベルンカステル共鳴やるではないか。私バトラと違ってバカじゃない。
I'm not a complete moron.
こんなゲーム5度も繰り返せば手の内は十分だわ。
I don't repeat the same mistakes over and over again, unlike a battler.
改めまして、残りの容疑者、屋敷の人物のアリバイを検証してまいりましょう。何しろ24時から午前1時までのたった1時間の話、もはや難しいことではありません。まず24時の時点、この時点で2階廊下に夏日、クラウス、源氏がおり、それ以外の全員が1階食堂におりました。これはすでに我が主によって赤き真実で示されています。
そうよ。24時の時点で屋敷の2階廊下に
Yes, we've been over this one.
夏日とクラウス、源氏がいた。残りは全員1階の食堂。そしてご存知の通り、謎のノック。
Yeah, we were talking about that before.
の手紙が現れた。そしてそれをめぐって午前1時まで延々と議論が続いたわ。私がそれを赤き真実で語るわ。食堂の全員は午前1時まで
darn. That sure eliminates everybody. Excluding Natsuki, Kraus, and Genji, none of the people in the mansion left the mansion before 1 a.m. So we're down to Kraus and Genji. Since the possible times for the crime had been limited to midnight and 1 a.m., the adults in the family conference who were confirmed to have left the mansion between midnight and 1 a.m. all had proven alibis.
それをどうやって証明するのか。エリカはゲストハウス、誰かが食堂の扉にお得意の封印でもして証明したというのか。
It would be very funny if she said that.
納得のいく証拠も証明もないぞ。
I put a seal on every door in the mansion, too.
赤き真実はただ真実であり、証拠も証明も議論の余地も必要ね。
But at the same time, yes, Berncastle can use the red truth whenever she wants.
あんたが作ったルールよ。
Really, letting Erica do all that legwork at the beginning is just rubbing it in. She could have used the red truth at any time she wanted. This overbearing red truth hadn't only given alibis to the adults in the dining hall, it also gave alibis to Shannon and Cannon, who had come to serve tea, and even guaranteed that they'd never left the dining hall. In other words, the only ones who didn't have proven alibis were these three, Natsuki, Kraus, and Genji. No, there were only two left. If Kraus and Genji had their alibis proven, it proves that no one but Natsuki could have been the culprit. Well, Genji's dead. That kind of, you know. Yeah. I guess.
そして何より24時に2回廊下にいましたが、その後、夏日の電話の取り次ぎのため、使用人室に戻り、孤立します。
Was the crime also possible for Genji, who was in the mansion?
ということは、源氏にも犯行は可能なはず。
Oh, okay. Alright, we're just rubbing it in now. We're not even letting Erica do the work anymore. We're just fucking with you now?
ただ冷酷に真実をね。
そして午前1時、親族会議は再び小休止となり、ローザがゲストハウスへ戻ります。この時、本当に協力に感謝します。後ろ宮エヴァさん、ご起立を。
Oh boy, what now? What did Ava do?
エリカちゃんだけじゃないのよ。私もきっと今夜何かが
Oh,
起
it's
こ
our
ると
favorite horrible woman.
彼女こそは私に封印を教えてくれた方。
As she is wont to do.
疑わしい人物のアリバイを確かめるために協力してくださいました。
私は午前1時の小休止の時、源氏さんの控室に行き、エリカちゃんと同
God
じ
damn
封
it.
印をして。
Why are you like this?
つまり、これが破られていなかったなら、午前1時から翌朝までこの部屋は誰も出入りできなかったことになる。
The murder of Genji is also limited to the span between midnight and 1 a.m.
続けてカノンさん、熊沢さん、ご起立を。
Canon rose expressionlessly and Kumasawa got to her feet timidly.
お二人は朝、起きてくるのが遅い源氏さんを起こしに行きました。
Right, and then they found him dead, yes.
そしてその時、扉に封印がされているのに気
Oh
づ
my
き、
god. Okay, this was... Alright, that one was foreshadowed way back when. They had the piece of tape on the door. I remember this, yes. That there, so Erica's gonna say that was the seal Ava left.
何かのいたずらだろうと思いました。
あの時はそんなことは深く気にしませんでした。
感想は聞いてません。事実だけを述べるように、封印を破って入室したのですね。
はい。
赤き真実でエヴァとカノンと熊沢の
Can't believe they foreshadowed this that long ago. That's... Oh, I hate it when this visual novel does that. They foreshadowed the seal stuff way back then.
それは朝の事件発覚時にカノンと熊沢に破られた。面倒だから
さらに付け加えるわ。午前1時の小休止で最初に食堂を出たのはローザとエヴァよ。エヴァが戻るまで食堂の人間は全員
What about Kraus then? Seems like Kraus is our only option, which is what I said before. But I'm sure they have some epic plan to deny Kraus.
無論その際に室内には一切立ち入っていないわ。これらはすべて関係者からの事情聴取で分かったことです。根拠なき赤き真実ではありません。証言から構築された正当な推理による真実です。証言だけでなく指紋の採取、各種科学
What? When did you collect fingerprints?
何しろ金蔵さんの書斎はあらゆる薬物の宝庫。
What a fucking rat freak.
赤き真実に限りなく近い究極の真実である各種の調査結果を得ています。
Infinitely close to a red
サイエ
truth.
ンスミステリーではないのでその詳細は割愛しますが。
As Erica swaggered around the cathedral, she arrogantly touted her scientific knowledge. She had thorough knowledge of all the chemicals in Kinzo's study and had used them to conduct a scientific investigation, which had now been acknowledged and made into a red truth by Berncastle. She didn't explain the details, but she had obtained results that were convincing even without the red truth. Collecting fingerprints with aluminum powder, component analysis of the mud under someone's shoe and various chemical reactions from the clinging rainwater. What are you, fucking Batman? Erica just walked into someone else's study several times and used chemicals however she pleased, all without asking the family's permission. However, no one could fault her for this. The pieces couldn't hinder any action the detective might take for the investigation. That's the power of the detective's authority. You underestimate my authority. It's probably a smart idea, honestly. Come back with a warrant. Who would win, the Golden Witch or Furuto Erica with infinite prep time? It's really looking like the latter right now.
探偵に雨宿りを許すなんて不吉きあまりないことなんですから。以上から現時の控室へ至り犯行を行うのが可能なのもまた24時から午前1時までであることが証明されたわ。そしてさらにエリカの調査によって現時にもいとこ部屋へ至るのが不可能であることが証明されたわ。
It had already been made clear in Red that after transferring the phone call to Natsuhi, Genji had gone straight back to the waiting room. And because of Erika's scientific investigation, further red had been added, saying Genji never left the mansion after midnight. Because of this, it's been made clear that Genji couldn't have reached the guest house, much less the cousin room. Genji has an alibi. Alright, so it's just Kraus. We should probably get to Kraus. I feel like Kraus has been our best option from the beginning. Like the guy who's been missing since that night. I feel like that was our best option from the beginning. I don't know why we didn't start there. But you know, dramatic timing and all that. Natsuhi's mouth flapped open and shut like a suffocating goldfish. And that's an accurate analogy. Natsuhi's mind was blank and spinning out of control, and she felt as though she really would suffocate. This is another good song. We're getting a lot of new good songs in this section. Oh no, 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 this is a trap! She'd never say it was Kraus, but that'll trap her. Oh no, Natsuhi, no! No, you idiot! Oh no. Beta won't do it either because Natsuhi's in charge of her, kind of. Was the crime also possible for Kraus, who was in the mansion? No wonder she didn't pull out Kraus the whole time, the most obvious one, because she's ride or die with Natsuhi. Beato realized that they were rapidly approaching the end of this battle. Normally, Beato should have been able to argue against these alibis of Erika's in several ways using the Blue Truth. However, all of those alibis had been accepted by Burn Castle and Lambda Delta as a Red Truth, and Beato no longer had any room to argue. Almost, yeah. It's almost, they are absolutely doing it on purpose, Battler. You should be aware of this.
最後に残った真実に基づかれ、その最後の真実が本当の真実とどれほどかけ離れていようとも。
クラウスおじさんが犯人なわけない。おじさんは何者かに監禁されてるんだぞ。そうと。夏日おばさん電話でうまく騙した可能性も否定できないな。
バトラ君は夏日とクラウスを疑っていますか？
It's hard not to. All the mysteries in Umineko are quite cruel, aren't they, Pyropoyo? Yep. That's the tricky thing about the Red Truth. It's always based on some reality. That's why Erika doing all that legwork for the other Red Truth is so damning, because they've not only used the Red Truth, they've used genuine logic, as cruel and twisted as it is. Yeah, it makes sense logically. Maybe we can figure out some secret third thing. I don't know. So unfortunately, then what you're doing, Battler, is putting yourself right back in the position you were earlier on in the question arcs, where you refused to blame anybody, any members of the family. This was a trap you fell into before. I know, this is a tough nut to crack.
夏日おばさんは卑劣な罠にはめられただけだ。エリカの推理はまさにそれに踊らされたもの。だからエリカは意図してかせずしてか。
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's pretty intentional.
エリカが夏日おばさんを犯人から告発し、
This is a good song.
この場にいる誰もがそうだと信じても、ならばこそ俺だけは夏日おばさんを信じたい。
If everyone believes it's her, will that become the truth? If everyone accepts a lie, will that become the truth? Must an honest person be dragged up to the guillotine all alone and taunted by liars? Yeah, this is pretty rough for Natsuhi too. Like they pretty much outright say it at some point that Natsuhi is the easiest member of the family to pick out. Yeah, this whole game existed to set up Natsuhi as the culprit. They told you that pretty much at the beginning. Battler's spitting right now. You have to make up like a new reasoning that also makes sense. Yes, that's what I just said. I'm glad I'm getting it. I'm glad I'm on pace here.
ベルンカステル教の示した赤き真実に抵触
It's
せ
not
ず
gonna be easy.
夏日が犯人でない真実を紡ぎ出せますか
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's still tough. Easy. It's a very easier said than done thing, isn't it?
俺が夏日おばさんが犯人だと信じない限り絶対に別の真実がある。仮に事件の犯人は魔女ということになってもいい。正しくない真実によって夏日おばさんに濡れ衣を着せられるくらいなら、
夏日が犯人であるとこれほどの赤き真実を突きつけられてもあなたは信じないのですね。
ああ、物事ってのは常に信じるやつと信じないやつがいるべきなんだ。たとえいくら証拠が積み重ねられようとも誰かが潔白を信じなきゃならない。世の中には証拠じゃ示せない真実なんていくらでもあるはずなんだ。
He's starting to get it.
みんながそうだと言うからきっとそうなんだなんてこと
He's starting to get it.
俺は二度と受け入れたくない。
How can you be sure that there's nothing on the backside of the moon if you've never seen it? Is there some reason that you have to believe it? Until you see the back of the moon with your own eyes. Hey, that's where I live. That's why nobody can deny my existence. You can't see the backside of the moon. You can deny neither the possibility that nothing's there at all, nor the possibility that there's a thriving culture of space bunnies. See, that's what I've been saying. I've been saying this all along. That's why you have to believe in me, minions. That's why you all have to believe that there is a thriving culture of space bunnies on the moon. Look at me. I'm proof that I exist, aren't I? You just have to look at your screen and believe. You should never assume something is the truth until you actually check it. This court is a malicious thing, trying to force a single interpretation on a truth that cannot be checked. I believe there was a civilization on the backside of the moon, but that was in elementary school and I was made fun of and laughed at. So I thought it was embarrassing to think that a civilization lived on the moon, and I threw away that belief. These motherfuckers didn't play Final Fantasy IV. I've been told by a book my mom read me that rabbits lived on the backside of the moon, so I believed that for a long, long time. But when everyone said it was wrong, I abandoned that truth without even trying to check it. Even without evidence, I abandoned the truth I believed in. And now everyone is starting to believe that Aunt Natsuki is the culprit, even though no decisive evidence has been shown. Even without evidence, Erika's words sound reasonable, so they're probably the truth? Is that why you're throwing away your belief that Aunt Natsuki is innocent despite a lack of proof? This is a very Ace Attorney moment. I feel like Phoenix Wright has had many similar internal monologues. If no one else will believe, then I will. I feel like Battler is starting to catch on to the themes of this visual novel.
夏日おばさんが犯人だといくら信じさせようとも俺は犯人じゃないと信じる。それを捨てない。
わかりました。ではあなたに私から一つだけ赤き真実をさせて。
Oh, thanks for Gilia. Thanks for the little. You could have a little red truth as a treat.
私が真の意味で戦う意志を持ったあなたに送るたった力。有限の魔女ワルギリアの名により。
I want to read it. I want to know what this red truth is. Yes! A plea bargain? We can do those?
所在不明のクラウスが犯人ということで追及を。
どうするベアト。このままじゃ夏日やばいわよ。司法取引を受ける？後ろ宮家の名誉とやらを放棄するなら今回はドローにしてあげようっていうベルンの甘い配慮よ。
Kraus is currently missing, and it's unknown whether he's alive or dead. Like Kenzo, he's no different than a cat in a box that has disappeared into the mists of the island. A cat inside a box is unfixed, and no interpretation of it can be denied. It is the root of endless interpretations, the true source of the endless witch's power. In other words, no matter how much Bernkastel claims that Kraus is the culprit, she can't make that the sole truth. In other words, the Kraus culprit theory and the witch theory can be an almost perfect balance. It would mean taking the game a draw. This was cajolery, offering her a second chance if she abandons the honor of the family she swore to protect, and consents to a fragment that stomps all over that honor. There's no room for false confidence. For Beato, to lose is to die. In this game, she should always choose a draw unless she has an overwhelming advantage.
夫を犯人呼ばわりなどさせません。夫は後ろ宮家次期当主。
Please, Nazis, stop.
後ろ宮家の栄光を
Stop making it terrible for you.
その人間に犯罪者の汚名を着せるなど断じて許しません。良いのか夏日。クラウスを疑ることを放棄するなら、もうそなたしか。そなた以外の全員のアリバイの証明、すなわち
Yeah, Hempel's raven rearing its head again. Once all other things have been proven, whatever remains must be true.
私しか残らなければ何だというのですか。私は後ろ宮夏日、逃げも隠れもしない。私は潔白です。そして心に片翼のわしを刻む高潔なる当主代行です。私を罵りたければ罵りなさい。あざけりたければあざけりなさい。誰にも虚実で私の名誉を傷つけることな
Well,
ど
at least she's finally standing up for herself. With a dignified voice, Natsuhi stated her case openly before the witches above her. However, this response of hers might have been exactly what Bernkastel had intended.
夏日は取引を拒否。ベアトは分かってるわね。夏日が特定された瞬間にラムダは判決を下すわよ。その瞬間に魔女幻想は否定され、あなたはつゆと消える。
I need Battler to come in with the objection, Ace Attorney style.
リーチェ、あんたはよく戦ったわ。ここが潮時よ。夏日を説得して、なんとか
I don't think Nazi's gonna go for that.
ラムダデルタ教もベルンカステル教も真の敵はお嬢様ではなく退屈そのものです。このゲームをまだ繰り返し遊びたいはず。お嬢様が譲歩するところを見せれば喜んでそれを受け入れ、次のゲームに仕切り直すはずです。
次のゲームに仕切り直され、このゲームの夏日を
Who is my bestie?
どうなるというのか。
夏日なんて所詮駒よ。このゲームで取り除かれても次のゲームではまた
But
登場す
this
るわ。
one is my bestie.
しかしお嬢様はそういうわけには参りませんと。今回のゲームでベルンカステル教の手の内は分かったはずです。それを生かし次回のゲームで勝利を目指す方が現実的です。ここはベルンカステル教の取引に乗るのが唯一無二の上策かと。
くだらないプライドは捨てなさい。カスパロフもディープブルーも無敗じゃないわ。
Deep Blue.
最後に勝率で勝者を決めるんでしょ。
Isn't that the chess robot?
一つの勝負、一つの人生、一つの駒に魔女が執着したら死ぬわよ。
すまぬが、そういうわけにはいかない。
Pride is too good. Also, Natsuhi is my bestie, and besties never leave each other
自
behind.
分だけは信じる男の強さと、それを捨てなければならなかった男の悔しさを。わらわは夏日を見捨てぬ。なぜか誰もが夏日を疑うのなら、誰かが夏日を
Aw,
信じ
she's
れば
saying
ならぬから。
basically the same thing Battler did. They're like very similar people or something.
真実とは疑う者と信じる者の狭間にこそ見つけ出せるからだ。わらわは見捨てぬぞ。誰もが夏日を犯人と信じるなら、それでもわらわは魔女が犯人であると主張する。それが主張できるなら、 わらわの存在価値などそれまでよ。負けられねえんだよ。真実ってのはさ、誰かが否定するもんじゃねえ。自分が疑って捨てた時に
So
消
true.
さるんだよ。
それがベアトの返事？
ああ、当然拒否よ。後ろ宮クラウスは犯人にあらず。
Ushiromiya Kraus is not the culprit. Alright, well. So we're down to that one.
バカ
バカか。
もう取り返しはつかないわよ。愚か者の短期にふさわしい報いを受けなさい。奇跡の魔女ベルンカステルの名において赤き真実を語る。
I think this is the red truth that's gonna have some weakness in it.
後ろ宮クラウスは犯人ではない。そしてとっくに殺されてるわ。あんたに電話で声を聞かせた直後にね。
Then where's his body? Did Gop also get rid of that one? I think she did, didn't she? Burncastle's cruel and ruthless red blade gouged Natsuhi. It was totally merciless. Natsuhi had been crushed with uncertainty, not knowing whether Kraus was alive or dead, but she had still been capable of believing that he was alive. And now, that hope, that expectation, had been crushed without any chance for a miracle. She had thrown herself into this trap out of concern for her husband's safety. She had now lost her daughter and husband, and everything she had gained since marrying into the Ushiromiya family. No, even after all this, one thing still remains. If her husband had been lost, then right now she is the last person who can protect the honor of the Ushiromiya family. She still couldn't let it end here. Even wrapped up in so much sadness, Natsuhi would do all she could to protect that honor. With this final bit of strength.
いいえ、これで終わりよ。
Nope.
残りの食堂の人間は全員1時まで食堂を出ていないことは赤き真実で確定してる。つまりもう夏日以外全員のアリバイは証明されてる。
Everyone in the mansion besides Natsuhi has an alibi. Alright, well, so much for that last one. Rip. Jawarida.
見事だったわ、エリカ、ベルンカステル。あなたたちは後ろ宮夏日以外に犯行が不可能であることを証明しきったわ。主文から読み上げようかしら。被告後宮夏日は選挙先に就寝すると偽り自室へ戻るふりをして午前1時までの1時間の間にジョージ、ジェシカ、マリア、ローザ、ゲンジの5人を次々殺害したわ。
Wow, we didn't even get to Hideyoshi. That was like a trap. It's like they wanted her to propose chronological order from the beginning. It was all a funny trick.
状況証拠からクラウスの殺害の追加を。
そうね。クラウスを殺せるのだってこの状況じゃ夏日以外に考えられないわ。主文を訂正するわ。午前1時までの1時間の間にクラウス、ジョージ、ジェシカ、マリア、ローザ、ゲンジの6人を次々殺害したわ。殺害可能時間はいずれも24時からの1時間の間だけ。その1時間の間にアリバイを持たない犯行の可能な人物は後宮夏日だけだった。以後ゲームは被告を真犯人として扱い
Oh
進行。
no! Who will save us?
また
Who will come in and
事件が人間
turn
の
this
犯行で
chessboard
完全に
around?
証明されたため無限の魔女ベアトリーチェ当幻想法廷はあんたの存在をここに否定することを宣言するわ。神戸の機会があるけど夏日のアリバイを証明できる？もしくは夏日以外が犯人の可能性を示せる？それさえできれば 夏日は黒ギリギリのグレー止まり。あんたの存在否定は今回は保留されるけど。
If Natsuhi had an alibi, Beato would have shown it long ago. In fact, wasn't the whole point of that trap to make her lose her alibi?
アリバイの証明などなくとも、わらわは夏日の無実を信じるぞ。そなたらが偽りの真実をどう決めつけようとな。わらわこそが真犯人である。夏日は無実である。たとえ証拠がなくとも。真相。六軒島の夜の主。
Well, the besties sticking together till the end.
私は後宮夏日、夫なき今、私が後宮家の当主です。我が心、いかなる恥ずかしめにもくじけることがありません。それはなぜかお父様が私に心に片翼のわしの紋章を刻むことをお許しくださったからです。私の心臓に刻まれた紋章と名誉を
I don't think they care about that one very much.
どう否定できますか？できません。私の心に刻まれた後宮家の紋章は不滅なのです。
Now that Natsuhi and Beatrice had practically been placed on that guillotine, they cried out with all the strength of their determination. However, that did nothing but bring a cold smile to Lambda Delta's face. Erica had constructed a truth that Lambda Delta could accept, and no one could construct a more convincing truth to deny Erica's. In that case, the most convincing truth would swallow up everything else and become the one and only truth, even if it happened to be different from the real truth. The truth of those in the past is swallowed up by the truth of those in the future. This can happen even for a mixture of truth and lies, as long as everyone acknowledges it as true.
よく吠えること。私は魔女が火あぶりになるときは
Well, I didn't.
命乞いを泣き
Beatrice too much of a girl boss for that. Sorry.
あんたみたいな虚勢を張るのが一番興ざめなの。だからその虚勢を打ち砕く赤き真実を
Uh-oh.
私からの最後の贈り物としてあげる。
何ですか？
What is this one now?
よせ。ベルンカステル卿。もはやそなたの望んだ真実で上書きされるであろうが。
You watched a couple of the anime episodes? I've been enjoying this visual novel quite a bit.
その真実と夏日の真実を相入れるはず。怪我さないでやってくれ。頼む。
Unfortunately, you tried appealing to Berncastle's greater nature, which she does not have.
金蔵があんたの心に片翼の
Oh,
わ
that
しを
one's just
刻む
mean.
ことをいつ許したっての？
That one's just mean.
あんたの妄想の中の金蔵の言葉でしょうが。
Yeah, the one that isn't real.
本当の金蔵はね。
He's been dead for 2 years.
ただの一度も。
He never said that.
あんたを心の底から信頼したこともないし、あんたに紋章を許そうと思ったこともただの一度もないわ。
That yeah, the Kinzo who told you the heart thing, that was the funny ghost you had in your brain. When that heartless announcement was made, Kinzo stood up.
夏希、耳を貸すでない。そなたの心に刻まれた紋章は。
Yeah, well, unfortunately, you're like the weird Kinzo Topal ghost that Natsuki imagined, so you don't count.
後宮家の最後の当主としての誇りを永劫に忘れるな。夏日。
やかましいわ。消えなさい。
That's a good face. One of my favorite Berncastle faces.
夏日のゲロカス妄想。 There goes Kinzo.
消せぬぞ、我が魂は。夏日が心に紋章を刻み続ける限りな。
Yeah, I can't really relate to making my imaginary friend Kinzo. That guy's a fucking nut.
この嘘つき幻想が。本当の金蔵はそんなことを言わないわ。消えなさい。夏日によって美化された。
Damn, she's saying all that in red? I gotta respect the level of cruelty on Burncastle. Something truly worth aspiring to. A bright red flash of lightning smashed Kinzo over and over again as he screamed. Then he crumpled like a doll and sat back down in his chair as though nothing had happened. The fierce emotion had left Kinzo's face. He had truly become like a wax model. And so, he would never again share kind words with Natsuhi. That's right. The true Kinzo never once trusted Natsuhi during his entire life. The true Kinzo never once considered allowing Natsuhi to bear the one-winged eagle. Because of course, Kinzo had already vanished before the start of the game. The Kinzo that appears in this game is nothing more than Natsuhi's delusion. Every part of this Kinzo who believed in Natsuhi and entrusted her with protecting the family honor was a phantom created by Natsuhi. Damn. She's saying it in red like Beatrice called Battler incompetent in red. Nope, he didn't really. No, he didn't. Not only did he not entrust her with that, he never even said hello or met her gaze even once. Kinzo actually kind of sucked. Natsuhi's cry was a mixture of sadness and many other emotions, and it echoed throughout that cathedral. Natsuhi could no longer stop her tears. Some last faint element that had cheered her up until today, that had allowed her to endure as an Ushiromiya, as the wife to the head's representative, and as the final family head, had been torn to bits. Natsuhi no longer had anything left. Natsuhi could no longer allow herself to even call herself an Ushiromiya. These difficult days, those pitiful, painful days, those days where she still gave everything she could for the family she'd married into despite it all. The very few happy days among these. All of these flitted through her mind one after another and disappeared. All of those once beautiful memories were then crushed by Burncastle's red truth. Smashed to bits and scattered, plunged deep into her hands, and smeared red with mournful blood. It was the red of sadness and truth. This level of reasoning is possible for Furuto Erika. What do you think, everyone? Lambda Delta clapped. Then, a bit later, Burncastle also clapped, looking pleased. The expressionless, wax figure-like audience followed suit, and the unshakable verdict was welcomed with a great applause. And so, the truth of this tale was decided. Well, that is where we're gonna have to stop for tonight. Thanks for watching, everybody. What a downer, huh? Poor Natsuhi. This is like a top 2 track for you. We'll listen to it more tomorrow. We'll hear it tomorrow, don't worry. I think tomorrow we might be able to finish the episode. I don't know, honestly. There's a lot of fucking twists and turns in this visual novel, so who knows for sure. But I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed it a lot. pretty close to the end of the main episode. Okay, that's good, because then we can do the parties, the tea parties. But thanks for watching, everybody. We're gonna raid Gyaru. My friend Gyaru Garo, because she's playing Majora's Mask, and I love that Zelda game. So go watch Gyaru play Majora's Mask. She's very cool. Give her a follow. And come back tomorrow for the finale of episode 5, probably. See you then, everybody. This level of reasoning is possible for Daihime-sama. Good night.